we saw similar mining expeditions within the banks of the Tano River. There is no buffer or space between the Tano River and the mining operations here as stipulated by law. The river receives the residue of water pumped out of the pits nearby. The pollution stretches deep, eating a larger part of the riverbank and adjoining forest, threatening the very lifeline of this green ecosystem. Out of helplessness, the opinion leaders of Tano invite me to a small meeting to share their concerns.
The
River Tano was our major source of drinking water, but it is now polluted by illegal miners. Luckily, we still have some swamps and small water sources we drink from and use for cooking.
This is Atala. The farming community has been negatively impacted. Irresponsible mining has left these communities with polluted water sources and farmers begging for boreholes.
The river is polluted and the miners are in the process of destroying the few tributaries as well. It is creating hardships for us when it comes to getting water.
None of the revenue from the mining activities here goes into developing the communities. This is the CHIPS compound, which serves the health needs of over 10 villages within this enclave. The single-room structure, manned by a nurse, lacks the basic tools for healthcare delivery.
Let me say this is the health facility or clinic for the entire Agyeman-Rawlings community, full of over 500 people. Now, there are other villages that depend on this facility as well. In here, we have a modest equipment. There is no equipment. I mean, this is the one they use to check your BP. They have a computer which is sitting here nicely, but unfortunately, the whole community doesn't have electricity. So this is a white elephant. They have a thermometer and they have another thermometer gun there. Basically, that is it. And if you look here, this is their female recovery room. It only has a bed, and that is it. And quite a stock of medicine here. Few medications, at least basic medication, that malaria medication and other things that you can find here.
During emergencies, patients are carried on motorbikes over 50 kilometers to the nearest health center at Samraboy.
Moving out from here to Samraboy is about 1.5 hours to Samraboy. So for instance, if a woman is on labor, you can see the circumstance above it, you know. So we are facing that challenge here. It's a big challenge that we are facing here.
Almost all water sources within this forest have been destroyed. The residents rely on the few sources left. Local leaders are helpless against these miners who have the backing of very powerful people. The chief of Agyeman-Rawlings, Yoko Samuel Donko, himself a farmer, says traditional authorities are helpless in the face of the destruction.
Galamsey
Illegal miners have taken over my farm. When I went to the farm today, I counted 35 people and heavy equipment mining on the farm. When I confronted them, they showed me equipment they claim gives them power to mine there. I ensured they stop all the machines, but I know they will come back in the night.
Many of the miners here do not have the requisite permits. Those who do use them in undesignated areas, concessions not covered by the permit, a development acknowledged generally by Chairperson of the Minerals Commission Board, Barbara Otenjesi.
They have the license to mine, but are they mining where they have been licensed to mine? Very often they undertake haphazard operations because they don't know where the ore is. So they commence the activity from point A. When they don't get anything, they move to point B, point C, and so they devastate a large area. So we have taken it upon ourselves as a commission to partner with the Geological Survey Authority, and they are conducting investigations to determine the mineralized areas where small-scale miners as well as the community schemes can be undertaken.
On our way from Asankregwa, we saw this highly polluted stream. These two men who are responsible for the devastation here confirm that they do not have any permit. They mine for their own survival and those of their dependents. As news of our fact-finding trip to polluting sites of the Tano River spread out, we learn of a swoop on some illegal miners there, led by the Deputy Lands Minister, Mrekuduka. But whilst the Deputy Lands Minister, Mrekuduka, leads soldiers on crusades elsewhere, his hometown, Dompim, is active with one of the worst impact of irresponsible mining we've seen on our trail. Almost all major water bodies in the western regional town have been destroyed. Not even this sign, strictly prohibiting even government-sanctioned community mining here, will deter miners from eating deep into the Taboom forest. Valleys hosting valuable streams, the lifeline of the forest, have been redirected and highly polluted.
This beautiful natural resource you see is the Taboom forest. Now you can see how illegal mining has eaten portions of it, and if you drive through to other ends of it, there are miners in there who are currently eating deep into the forest. Now look down here, you can see the natural resource, the streams that give life to the natural resource here, the trees and other things, has been so polluted from upstream here. And that is how illegal miners are raping the country's forests.
The road leading to the forest is dotted with marks of a haphazard, irresponsible mining, destroying cocoa farms and livelihoods. The second day at Dompim took us to the Paton forest. Our bird's eye view gives a vivid capture of the pollution of the river that traverses this forest. Huge pits left by earth-moving equipment and the continued pillage of the leftovers by the youth who sit with water-polluting champans is shocking.
So very active mining going on within the Paton forest, close to Dompim in the western region. The river Nui has been blocked in two, and you can see the miners over there actively mining this resource.
Is this legal?
It's illegal.
But you're doing it anyway?
Because of we don't have anything to do as our permanent job. That is why we are doing it. Because this very engine that we are using used to cause a harm to a lot of people. A time ago, it caused a harm to a lot of people. But because of we not getting anything doing as our job, that is why we are still doing this.
Here, we find a number of excavators clearing the riverbed in the middle of a large pool of residue and devastated forest cover. The people here will not tolerate our visit nor speak to us. But we are told that this irresponsible mining activity is sanctioned by a number of powerful people. The River Nui is no longer identifiable from the pits that fill this valley. These muddy-looking men and women represent unemployment, the struggles of youth, and the determination to do anything to survive, including participating in this illegal gold mining activity here.
There are no jobs in town. If you don't give us jobs, Galamsey is what we will continue to do.
That has been a very big major problem for me.
A worried chief of Dumpim, Nana Nwapenyin IV, says he's helpless in the face of rising illegal mining in the area.
It is very, very serious. All the river bodies in the various places you are talking of, there were rivers that we could fetch and then drink those days. But for now, you saw some yourself. It is very bad. Before you get there, then they've bolted away and you will not see them again. The next time you see them, you hear that they are at the Taboom forest. You dispatch men to that place, you go and then they are not there. So it is very hard to monitor their activities.
The River Ngui and other highly polluted rivers and streams at Dumpim link other water bodies like the Bonsa close to Takwa in the western region. We took samples of the polluted Bonsa River where we meet this farmer who has lost a large part of his cocoa farm to illegal mining.
I'm a pensioner, but after I'm a pensioner, I did not get any benefit from the work I did. So I tried to make a farm. I was able to make about 6 acres of cocoa farm. But because of the Galamsey, when they saw that there's money inside in the land, then they started to destroy the farm. So it left my few of the cocoa farm there that I'm just protecting it.
He questions why the fight against irresponsible mining seemed to elude the area, though the Deputy Lands Minister hails from there.
It's over to him. So you have come here and you see what is going on. You have taken the sample of the water. You can't get him even inform him that this is what is happening. He's at Accra. Anytime he comes here, he go to Takwa, the district capital, and then you go. You don't visit us so that we can tell him our problems.
The Bonsa River has lost its former glory, reduced to a dirty, milky-looking water source flowing through the western region. Turbidity is considered as a good measure of the quality of water. It is a measure of the degree to which the water loses its transparency due to the presence of suspended particles. At a just-ended dialogue on small-scale mining organized by the University of Energy and Natural Resources, the Executive Secretary of the Commission, Ben Ampoma, gave a damning report about the pollution levels in the Bia and Tano rivers.
If you take our water resources, we benefit from the water in terms of inflows. That's about 70%. But if you take the Bia and the Tano, they are also transboundary, and we share with Côte d'Ivoire. Now, if you look at even if you take the Tano, it flows into the Abbey Lagoon, which obviously we share with Côte d'Ivoire. And if we pollute, the lagoon species in terms of the flora and fauna are basically affected. And that's not only affect Ghana, it affects Ghana and then Côte d'Ivoire. But the most serious one has to do with the Bia River.
The February 2022 Water Resources Commission data on turbidity levels for the Bia River measured 500 NTU or highly polluted at the Dadieso source point.
For rivers and water bodies, if you don't disturb them, they have the tendency to improve and restore their own ecological integrity. They can improve. That is, if you don't disturb. If we're able to do that without unnecessarily disturbing these rivers and allow them over a period of time, yes, we can try some chemical means, but the ideal thing is to just do not disturb them, for them to, as it were, to improve and refine themselves to be what they were before.
We traveled hours into the green forest area of Sefwi-Dwaboso district to investigate the pollution of the Bia River. Our first stop was at Sefwi Eliokrum, where a bridge is being constructed over the Bia River. The river looks good from this side.
Because of the cocoa cultivation here, we need the river to water our farms. When our taps are not flowing, we drink from it.
The chief of Sefwi Eliokrum, Nana Ahoy Penny, explains why this part of the Bia is clean.
When polluted, it becomes red like the earth here. Because it's a river flowing through the forest, the dead leaves and shrubs give it a dark color when it is clean. Recently, it changed to a red color, and our checks indicated some illegal mining activities upriver. They mine in the river Saire, a tributary of the Bia, which is getting it polluted. I think they have stopped for days now. That is why it is clean.
But further checks along the flow path of the river revealed a dirty, polluted, and milky water. The search for the source of the pollution leads us to Mafia, a small town in the Sefwi-Dwaboso district. Here, we meet two concerned residents who volunteer to lead us to a spot along the Bia River to show us the pollution levels. After a long walk, we see the free-flowing, milky, dirty river. The indigents, mostly farmers, speak of the negative impact of the pollution.
Our forefathers cultivated the cocoa on the land. We young ones are now growing vegetables on the remaining land as our means of livelihood. We used to pump water from the Bia to water our crops, but with the advent of illegal mining, we can no longer use water from the river. Our crops die when we use the polluted water from the Bia River. My farm is just at the edge of the river, but I have to fetch water 2 miles from my farm to water the crops. This is where the whole Mafia town used to fetch water for daily chores, but now we can't. Because of the pollution, the mud fish we catch from the river is so dirty, we have to wash it with hot water before processing.
The source of the pollution of the Bia River was not difficult to find. A large, irresponsible mining enclave just at the
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
Good morning and welcome to Newsfile. This is your most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. And this week there was that presidential dialogue. The president had a meeting with CSO leaders, civil society organization leaders. Some have publicly said that this was the best ever they had with the president. But there are those who are speaking quietly that this gave them the sign that they never expected, that the reset has been botched, is lost. The president's made some very key pronouncements, and we're going to look at them to gauge whether he's committed to the reset agenda or he's not. One was a response to the Fourth Estate's expose about the big push that has been sole sourced. The president said he was going to investigate the matter. What exactly is he going to investigate? And who is supposed to be doing the investigation? That was his response to the tax for Galamsey expose by the multimedia group Joy News. He says that tax has been halted. It was found not to be related to one district, but widespread. So it's been halted. We ask the question, why the calls to punish the MMDCEs who did what the president calls an error? Now, who leads the Black Stars to the next World Cup as Coach Otto Addo is sacked? These will engage our attention. We'll be right back to deal with the vexed matters.
Going to the library. Going to the library.
Okay.
I'm going for my graduation. Go well.
Education changes stories, and being part of these stories is the real passion for us. MTN.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park. Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park. Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
strong and refined. The skincare you deserve. Dream.
Turn your home and office design dreams into reality. Here at Lesh Fortune, interior design is our passion. Customized interior design solutions, top of the range products such as curtains and accessories, blinds and accessories, trendy for bespoke hotel, home and office furniture, top-notch space design services.
I'm the CEO of Builders Estates. When it comes to putting the final touch on all my building projects, I look no further than Lesh Fortune for all my interior decoration needs. They bring your ideas to life.
Turning your house into a home. It's more than just a service. You need beauty and elegance, and the expertise is very important. That's why I choose Lesh Fortune Limited, because they have experience.
Yes, indeed. With our many years of experience, we would excite you. So make that call now. Call us on 0244-265588 or 0302-811163. Lesh Fortune Limited.
Lesh Fortune Limited, unleashing luxury with perfection, one space at a time.
Lesh Fortune Limited.
All right, this is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. And I check the time. Let me see in the next 5 minutes. Something at stake. I'm asking the question. Over 55% of you citizens say you trust the OSP to fight corruption. Really? You trust the OSP? 55% of you? All right. So let's see. So Ghana has a saturated radio and television landscape. Very, very saturated. We have far more radio stations than more populous countries like Nigeria and South Africa. Yeah, if you didn't know, that is breaking news to you, right? Nigeria, how many hundreds of millions? And they don't have radio stations as many as we do. South Africa. We are supposed to have over 127 TV and 550 FM stations. That's for those that are operational. We have licenses, issued licenses, more than that. So you're talking about a total of over 700 electronic traditional media landscape, 700. Most of them commercial broadcasters, yeah. So imagine all these telling citizens the OSP is a failed experiment. Can you imagine? On a daily basis, at least for the greater part of 2025, that the OSP was a failed experiment. Yeah. That's discounting social media, new media. In the midst of all of that, the CDD, Center for Democratic Development Ghana, those who were part of the process to engineer a body like the OSP, they actually did the first draft, as I understand, of the law. They consulted or engaged independent experts. Professor Justice Bawale of the University of Ghana Business School, former dean of that place. Linda Ofori-Kwafo, who has been with Transparency International and also with Transparency International Ghana. You commonly know that as the GII. They did the survey and they did an assessment. And guess what their pronouncement was? Over 94% of their respondents say they want an independent body to fight corruption. Not the AG, not SRAJ, not IOCO, not the police, and not any other body. Over 94% of the respondents said this is what they want. Out of the 94%, 55% of the respondents say they trust the OSP to do that job. So I was scratching and asking, really? Monitoring the media landscape last year, I thought this would be the last thing to hear from citizens. And by their own research, the OSP actually, though was set up in 2018, it was tooled up in 2023. It was not until 2023 that they got their staff and got what looked like a full complement of a body to work. And of all the work they have done far better than a number of similar institutions in the sub-region. Like Liberia, they set up 2003, and they've done like less than 7 cases or so, major cases, and most of them by what? Plea bargaining. It takes time to tool an OSP up or an independent prosecutorial body up to be able to do the work it has to do. And guess what? The participants at the unveiling of this assessment, which I moderated, appear to agree that the political class are in cahoots to abolish the OSP because its existence is a threat to them. This country, we are unable to account for $3 billion each year. Translate that into Ghana cedis. That is because of corruption. In 2013, the Auditor General's report identified 2 individuals, 2 contracts, and 1 individual as being responsible for $1.1 billion thefts, including Woyome. 2 years later, we went to the IMF for how much? For less than $1 billion, money we could have. People have stolen it. Do you remember Agyeman-Rawlings, who was the head of the PPA, Public Procurement Authority? He set up a talent discovery firm. At the time he was appointed in 2017, his accounts, bank accounts, collectively together, according to the Shraj and Martin Amidu's work, held not more than 45,000 Ghana cedis. By the time he was busted by Manasseh through the contracts for sale documentary, he had amassed over 40 million Ghana cedis into his accounts. It can't be traced to his salary or earnings. So what's going on? We need independent bodies to do this work. The special prosecutor himself, as he said at that meeting, he's preparing to exit. Why? Under the NPP, he suffered 2 petitions. Under this regime, he has come under 4 petitions. 3 have failed. 1, we don't know how it will fare. Under the NPP, 2 attempts to abolish the office through the Supreme Court failed. Under the NDC, 2 attempts, 1 through Parliament, but for the intervention of the President. By now, the OSP would have been abolished. There's 1 at the Supreme Court now. And that, curiously, is seen to have the support of actors in the government. So the CSO's word to all of us is that we must be the guardian of the independent body and ensure that it is written into the Constitution to avoid what is likely to happen, the abolishment, because it is not in our interest at all. And that will be my take. We'll be right back.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Discover Willow Lane in Sakumono, one of Ghana's most prime community. These expertly designed 4-bedroom homes feature a private elevator, 4 ensuite bedrooms, private balconies, walk-in closets, and a gourmet kitchen and a maid's quarters. Perfect for families, executives, investors, and retirees. Our community offers a swimming pool, playground, and 3-tier security for your peace of mind. Experience the ultimate in comfort, convenience, and community here at Willow Lane, Sakumon. Visit waylead.org or call 0240-111119 or 0308-040500 to book your tour today. Waylead, your trusted home builder.
Are you a senior looking to maintain your oral health? Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. As we age, our dental needs change, making regular dental care even more important. Geriatric dental care is tailored specifically for older adults, typically aged 65 and above. Aging can bring oral health challenges like dry mouth, gum recession, and increased risk of cavities and gum disease. Regular dental checkups are essential to detect issues early, while preventative measures like fluoride treatments and professional cleanings help maintain oral health. Schedule your appointment today to learn more about dental age-related dental changes and how to keep your smile healthy for years to come, because your smile deserves the best care no matter your age.
Number 1 from here, 2 and 3 from here, 5 and 6 from here. For now. Yay. Now I have the number 7, 8, and the number 9.
You need number 10.
Please, I can't eat anymore.
I mean, number 10, liver salt.
The effective liver salt for the relief of stomach upset, heartburn, hyperacidity, and indigestion.
Would you like to try number 11?
What? JJ.
Number 10 liver salt. Refreshing relief fast. Manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome to Malcolm, where shopping is a musical experience for all generations. Granny's, let's roll it back.
Malcolm got now we here for you. Malcolm's got it all for me and you. Life made so easy, peasy, lemon squeezy, shopping made easy. Sometimes money day, sometimes some way out of budget. Malcolm's easy. The price is right.
The price is right.
The price is nice.
The price is nice.
Fresh with the vibes, unbeatable. Do the price they fly.
Do the price they fly.
Your number one stop shop, number 1. Your number one stop shop, Malcolm. Malcolm got now we here for you. Malcolm's got it all for me and you.
No matter the generation you belong to, Malcolm is where Ghana shops.
Bring back home the experience.
Bring home the experience.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Fernart Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernart, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernart Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernart.
Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system backs your business goals. A partner that gives you a stable platform with reliable connectivity and seamless solutions, and better understands the tools required to take you to the next level. With so many moving parts in running a business, we do our best to provide you with some stability. The only kind of stability you can find with MTN Business Broadband, the fastest and most reliable internet provider in Ghana, making sure you stay ahead and stay connected, because we understand what makes your business tick.
Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh or call or WhatsApp 0244 308 111.
MTN.
In my line of work, a confident smile is everything. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a Kessia and in a kit one.
Samayo Kendini, who be here, Semetra Sapapadia to Amame Manfo, Kel Charcoal's natural ingredients, and a bomb is civil buying, and Maniswing, Nesansu Mama Hotoso, and will beg you.
Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Choose Kel Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kel, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
In Ghana, our gold is more than a resource. It's our pride. And at Gold Ball Jewelry, we celebrate that pride every day with craftsmanship that reflects who we are as Ghanaians. Introducing the Gold Ball Jewelry Gold Tablet. Pure, certified, proudly Ghanaian gold. The best part, when you buy a Gold Ball Jewelry tablet, you own it. You keep your gold with you, not with us. It's more than a jewelry. It's a smart investment for every Ghanaian who wants to secure their future. Gold Ball Jewelry Gold Tablet. Own your gold. Own your future.
The Ashesi advantage.
The Ashesi advantage.
The Ashesi advantage.
The Ashesi advantage to me is one of helping people to step outside the immediate surroundings to see a big picture.
I think that the Ashesi advantage has to do with the fact that no matter where you find yourself, you are able to stand out.
One thing that helped me take up entrepreneurship was because I had been at Ashesi. The culture had encouraged us to pursue passions. The culture had encouraged us to solve problems for Africa.
Over the years, I've seen Ashesi grow into a more trusted brand that is recognized across the globe.
I think the highlight of my experience in Ashesi was its ability to impact the spirit of empathy or a sense of responsibility to people less privileged than myself.
That is 175 contracts out of 266 did not go through any competitive, transparent process. Then it means that these guys have shortchanged us. They lie their way into power.
A year promise in a manifesto, the Reset Ghana manifesto, Yaba amended the Public Procurement Act. Single source chaso. Because it's been abused.
The Speaker will minimize sole source procurement to encourage competition, competitive bidding, and enhance public transparency in the procurement processes.
Single source procurement must be the rare exception rather than the norm. We must also subject government projects above a certain threshold to value for money audits.
The era of the sole source contract is dead. The value for money office bill is our sword against waste.
I encourage civil society organizations to actively engage with this legislative process, offer constructive inputs, and support public awareness when it is enacted. Moreover, I encourage you to collaborate with government to oversee public projects, monitor budget execution, and enhance social accountability mechanisms. Together, we can rebuild and strengthen public trust in our institutions. In this regard, I note the recent expose by the Fourth Estate on procurement processes related to the award of contracts under the Big Push program. While sole sourcing is legal under certain circumstances, under our current procurement law, would all agree that open, transparent tenders are always preferable for achieving competitive pricing and value for money. Although we've seen snippets of the investigation from the media, I've instructed my office to obtain the full detailed report from the Fourth Estate and to conduct a study of the various allegations presented in the report. We're also requesting the Ministry of Roads and Highways to present a detailed response to those allegations made therein in order to inform government's action on the matter. And it is precisely for such situations that I announced that government will introduce amendments to the Public Procurement Act to limit single sourcing in order to promote greater transparency and ensure proper value for money for the money we spend on projects. I've also requested the Minister of Finance to fast-track the setup of the Independent Value for Money Office, since the amendment to the procurement legislation will require that all single-source procurements be subject to rigorous value for money review. I remain of the conviction that single sourcing must be used as sparingly as possible and would consult with civil society on the new legislation we propose to use to restrict it as a method of procurement.
So that's the President, John Dramani Mahama, at the meeting with CSO leaders, where he made that promise that there has to be an investigation into this, and he's already commenced that. My guest in the studio, we are lucky to have Halt Otto Addo back. He was here last week, management consultant and procurement specialist. Right after him is Kofi Tonto, who is national communications member of the New Patriotic Party. I don't recall your last time on Newsfile. Must have been a long time ago.
2024.
2024.
Yeah.
Great. So good to have you back.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. And by Kofi is Dr. John Osai Kwapong. Right. Your favorite Afrobarometer man. Director, Quality Assurance and Institutional Effectiveness, Ashesi University, and fellow with the CDD Ghana. And right by me is Godwin Eduji Temeklo, lawyer and Chief Executive Officer of the National Petroleum Authority. Lawyer of no means significance as far as the legal landscape of our country is concerned, regardless of how young, perhaps, relatively, he may be. Good morning to you all and welcome to the show. Good morning. Right. So let's get right onto the center of the matter. Let me begin with you, Kwabena. What the president said is refreshing for you, that the issues were raised, and he says they deserve looking into. So he has instructed the Roads Ministry to bring him, the documentation, and also to bring the highways to also bring their response to the expose, so that he can deal with the issue.
It is welcoming news that it has caught his attention and he wants to look into it. It is necessary, in my opinion, because there's been some banter between Sulemana and then the minister. And I read during the course of the week, Sulemana stating that a value of 800 million was on their website and it was changed to 680. And then when the president spoke, the Dodo Pepe road.
The road that the rehabilitation is costing
more than 2 times.
More than twice.
Yes, the original cost.
Construction price.
And so when the president made the intervention, they observed that the website was cleaned up and there was no information. And then subsequently it was restated and the value had gone back to 804. So you see, when this keeps happening, it creates a lot of doubt in the minds of us citizens that what is really happening. Does it mean that there's some truth to what Sulemana is saying? So if the president has intervened, I have read Sulemana's post which suggested that he has sent every detail to the presidency. So it's up to the ministry to also send theirs there. Now, that is where the issue is. Who is going to do that assessment? And what becomes of it?
First, what assessment is supposed to be done? The Media Foundation for West Africa's Fourth Estate publication was that you made a promise in the campaign. You have even sustained that promise with an assurance that you are bringing a law to change the way we do procurement, mainly to remove sole sourcing and make it a rare occasion that it will be used. That's the present law anyway. I repeat, the present law, sole sourcing or single sourcing, is the rarity.
Yes.
And then we find that your biggest infrastructure project, which will transform this country, which you are committing the taxpayers in excess of 110 billion Ghana cedis into, you've already committed in excess of 80 billion into that project. And we find that that commitment is not subject to competitive tendering, mostly sole source. So the question of morality they raise. So what is going to be investigated? Whether it is true or it is not true, that's the chunk of the contracts.
That is where my concern is, because you see, as citizens, we've also been in these countries where there have been incidents or events that the presidency had gotten involved in, and then either they set up a committee to review or they set up a commission of inquiry and all that. And at the end of the day, they issue a white paper and they clear everybody. That's where the term clearinghouse came from. So when I read it, on one hand, I was happy. On another hand, I felt, okay, this is going to be another one of those exercises where eventually the presidency will come up with a document and say, it's been cleared, there's no malfeasance or there's no incident issue. And then that closes it. In account, we say that's opening Jaya and then Suasa. So once he comes out and he speaks, it kills the matter. What happens next? The fact remains, from a professional opinion, that number one,
in that case, you are speculating. You can't trust that President Mahama will do differently.
Based on the past performance of past presidents, not just him. It happened in Akufo-Addo as well. So it's something that happens. So you see, what the politicians should learn is that we as citizens, when we sit back, we watch what they do. We may not have the microphones to speak, we may not have a gun to use, but we form our opinion and we judge them in the court of public opinion. And we make up our minds. And that determines whether we take them seriously or not. That is why when they do the Afro barometer always, we will give an opinion and say that We believe they are corrupt or they are not corrupt. We believe they are honest or they are not honest. In this particular instance, the minister stated in the studio that at best we should describe this as dishonesty. And dishonesty itself is not good. It's a moral affront. And every society has its moral code. And in our moral code, it is not good that as an opinion, so if you say this, your you should be your you, and your nay should be your nay. So if you say you won't do this, and you come and you are doing exactly that, now it has become a question of, oh, but you did 100% and we are doing only 40%. Whether it is 40% or it is 74%, it should not happen. My position as a professional is this. Number one, PPA erred in approving the use of 41B because it doesn't qualify as 41B. If PPA had minded itself to go to World Bank's website, they would have found that World Bank has a guideline called the FCCE, which guides and directs on how to go about emergency purchases. So if it was that urgent, that process doesn't say go and do that, go and hand people and award them contracts. That process says that you can hasten the process. So if to advertise the contract, you need, let's say, 2 weeks notice, you can reduce it to 7 days. Listen, you can ask Senor Hosi, when we were building the COVID-19 private sector fund, during COVID, when supply chains were down and there was a real emergency, we built a 100-bed facility from the ground. We didn't do single sourcing. I led the procurement. I can give you a report I have. We tendered everything. I can do a tender at 8 a.m. and close it at 2 p.m. And by 5 p.m., I'm negotiating.
That project that you did within COVID
and by the next morning, yes. Even the medical equipment that we bought from GE and Draga, we tendered it. I negotiated it. Saved money. We built that facility with less than $8 million. So if I sit down and I see Agenda 111 and I see a smaller facility going for 21 million and 19 million, I'm asking myself, how did they go about it? So if you want to make it competitive, you can. And FCCE, which is a World Bank guideline, provides you the framework for doing that. So there's no excuse.
So those will be your preliminary comments. Last week I remember urging caution because we may not be familiar with the hard facts as regards the quality of material or extent of work. You have heard Governor Saboja come to speak about the quality of work to be done, the extent of work to be done on the Dodi-Pepeso Road, for example. You don't get convinced that still the rehabilitation price or cost should never be more than twice the original construction price?
You see, if it was in local currency, it would make sense that over the 10-year period, inflation would have shot up the price of the components. But it's in euro. And over the 10-year period, if we go back to the internet and check the rate of depreciation of the euro over the period, has it experienced a 200% depreciation? No. So it is wrong. Now, the other reason, and we argued here last week, when you are building a new road, basically you are going into the structure of the soil and you are building it up and you lay your material on top. When you are rehabilitating, it is normally the top layer you are removing. But let's grant it that they want to do certain things that were not designed into the original one. We asked for the bill of quantities. On Monday, I was on Joy FM.
This is what he says.
Yes.
And don't forget where you just paused. He says, Agoja posted this. Rehabilitation of Dodo-Pepeso in Nkwanta Road, 46 kilometer. The Dodo-Pepeso in Nkwanta Road is a critical segment of the Eastern Corridor N2, serving as a major north-south transport link that facilitates the movement of goods, services, and people across the eastern belt of the country. The 46-kilometer stretch was originally completed in 2015. So remember that, 2015, how long since then? But it says, however, since its completion, the road has not undergone any periodic or major maintenance interventions. Over time, the combined effects of traffic loading, weather conditions, and natural deterioration led to the formation of extensive potholes, rutting, and surface depressions. These defects significantly reduce the riding quality, increased vehicle operating costs, and created serious safety hazards for commuters and freight operators using the corridor. Recognizing the strategic importance of the route and the need to restore its functionality, the government awarded a contract in 2025 for the full rehabilitation of the road at a cost of 683.9 million. Of course, that figure is what you just referred, has been changing over and again. The project is designed not merely as a maintenance intervention, but as a comprehensive upgrade. Please mark that. A comprehensive upgrade to bring the road to a standard consistent with other sections of the Eastern Corridor. The scope of works include the sacrification of the existing bituminous surface to remove failed layers and prepare the pavement for reconstruction. This is followed by the construction of essential drainage infrastructure, including U-drains and trap drains. So these were not there. U-drains and trap drains to effectively manage surface and subsurface water, one of the primary causes of pavement failure in the area. The pavement structure will be strengthened with the placement of a natural gravel sub-base and crushed rock base, designed to improve load-bearing capacity and durability under increasing traffic volumes. The final wearing course will consist of asphaltic concrete surfacing, providing a smooth, durable, and all-weather riding surface. In addition, the project includes the installation of road furniture such as signage, road markings, and safety features to enhance visibility, regulate traffic, and improve overall road traffic. Upon completion, the rehabilitation of the Dodo Pepeso and Kwanta Road is expected to significantly improve travel times, reduce vehicle maintenance costs, and enhance safety for all road users. And I intentionally read all of it.
You see, the last part is moot. It is moot because if any engineer designs a road and he doesn't put those signages and those things on it, then the engineer has failed in his duties. Now, whatever response he gave, he's giving clarity to the fact that it is no longer maintenance, it is an upgrade. So why did they describe it as maintenance in the agreement and in all the submissions they made?
Rehabilitation.
So, yes, rehabilitation. So, it's an indictment on his ministry. Again, it's an indictment on his ministry and the highways. If they fail to design it right the first time, and in project management, we talk about getting it right the first time, on time and in full. So, again, it's an indictment on his own people. So, when they were designing the road, and by my engineering, my little knowledge of civil engineering and having worked with them, you do the design not just for today, because it's engineering. So you have to factor in tomorrow and factor in space for expansion. So you design it such that there is space for expansion and all that. Now, at the time they were designing it, what was the load-bearing capacity they were envisaging that road would take? And what has changed?
Regardless of all that, what he's showing you is the facts that he says justifies the rise in cost of more than twice the original price. Still doesn't change your opinion.
Wants to prove to us that it is not rehabilitation, it's an upgrade. So the scope is not the same.
He wants to prove to you that there's no chop-chop.
No,
this
you see,
is genuine
that
expenditure.
I have stated that when it comes to the chop-chop part, it is not the total sum. That is why in contracting, we have different contract types. In civil works, you don't use lump sum contracts. So the banter between 600 and 800 million doesn't mean so much. The devil is always in the detail. Bring the scope of works. We look at the activities that has to be carried out and find out whether they are relevant to the project or not.
So ultimately, my question is this. Does this further particulars change?
It doesn't change
your view a bit.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't urge caution on you about your suspicion.
I'll only err on the side of caution because I haven't seen the details. So I want to see the details. And if we can get access to the details, then we'll be able to interrogate. Because at the end of the day, if there's chop, it is in the unit rates. And the unit rates are there for a purpose. For us to know how much it costs to do a unit of measure of an activity and to also manage variation.
So the investigation as ordered by the president is good?
It's very necessary.
Yet you have issues with it?
I'm just hoping that it won't become like one of those. So I'm just hoping that it will be a proper one and will come up with a good outcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kofi?
Yes. So, good morning to you, Samson, and to my co-panelist. For me, this discussion really rests on three things. Number one is what Kobna just highlighted in his initial submission, the hypocrisy, double standard, and the issue of morality. Why are we even debating this issue in the first place? We are debating this issue in the first place because a president made a promise to reset this nation. And on the back of that promise, the president made certain pronouncements. For example, sole sourcing is going to be a rare exception. Other members of that political party made commentary. Example, we are going to cut out sole sourcing. Sole sourcing serves as the bedrock for corruption. And then the gentleman who is now the minister went further to cite examples and raise queries about how sole sourcing serves as the bedrock for corruption. In fact, Governor Kwame Abuja made a very emphatic statement that the reason why we are unable to complete a lot of roads is because of sole sourcing. Emphasis on inability to complete a lot of roads. So logically, if Kwame Abuja has the opportunity to be the road minister, one would have expected that his decisions will be one that will help us construct more roads by giving us value for money, etc. Now, the new position they have taken is that they are in a hurry. They made a promise to build infrastructure, and therefore, once in power, they want to go ahead and build as many projects as possible. But the argument of being in a haste is a non-starter. Because when you look at the contracts, I've taken the time to look at the 54 big push contracts. Samson, last week, Suleimana said it here, and I'll raise it again. Out of the 54 contracts, just one contract was before August 2025. So literally, everything took over 8 months, and in some instances, some of the contracts were signed this year. So what is the argument about haste for? If your argument is you want to be in a haste, then I would have expected that you sign the contract within the first 2 months or so. But your own evidence defeats your point about haste, about being in a hurry. Because your evidence shows that as recent as January this year, you were signing sole sourcing contracts. So what is the argument about haste? So look, the point is that President Mahama has reneged on his promise that he is going to amend the Public Procurement Act. He is going to take decisions to make sole sourcing a rare exception. And that is why I find it very, very laughable that today the president is saying, I have seen these, documents around. I want to ask for it and investigate what? Something, investigate what?
People say he's being responsive.
Responsive to what? The president would have been responsive by making sure this issue didn't happen in the first place. You don't sit aloof for these instances to occur, and then you tell us that you don't trust, insinuate, that you don't trust the responses of your minister enough, that you are going to do further investigation. That's basically what the president insinuated. Because Suleiman Brahma came up with his information, the minister came out with his information to the extent of going to parliament and gave a 17-minute speech. And the president is still coming back to say, irrespective of your 17-minute speech, I still want this issue to be investigated. It's an indictment on Kwame Abuja. Now, because of time, I'll move to the second issue, which is cost. Samson, I'll read something to you. You see, in Parliament, Kwame Abuja raised issues about the simplistic way we are calculating the cost of roads. But I'll read to you what he himself did when he was in opposition. So when he was in opposition, he took the position that the number of the kilometers of roads that we have built was expensive. Kwame Abuja simply did the same arithmetic that today he's against. And I'll read it to you. So when you look at the story published by Graphic Online, somewhere June 2021, this is the minority speaking, and Kwame Abuja was the ranking member for the minority. He says, or the story says, the minority in Parliament has said the practice by the government to often result to awarding road projects under sole source procurement method is astronomically inflating the cost of road construction in the country. The development, it said, here is referring to the minority, was part of the reason why the government was not able to have enough resources to undertake more road construction projects. Then it goes on. Now this is in quote. This is the minority, Kwame Abuja speaking. In quote, per what the Minister of Food and Agriculture, Dr. Owusu Efriye Akoto, said in Parliament yesterday, 4,465 kilometers of cocoa road projects awarded under the current administration cost 14 billion. But under the previous government, 2,900 kilometers of similar road projects cost 5 billion. What is Kwame Abuja trying to do here? Kwame Abuja is telling us that they built more roads at a cheaper cost per kilometer. The same person who today is telling us we cannot do a simple arithmetic division of project cost and then the number of kilometers. This same person did it in 2021. Now let's look at some of the contract sums. Samson, you know, Suleiman Brahma talked about the Dodo Pepeso in Kwanta Road, where it somehow magically went from 800 to 600, then to 800, etc. I'll give you a few examples. The Dambai Bridge. When you look at the document they sought from the Ministry of Finance, the commitment document, in the commitment document, they put an amount of 3 billion Ghana cedis, a flat value, rounded value, 3 billion Ghana cedis. Somehow, when you go into the award, the information they've posted on their own website, that same contract moves from 3 billion Ghana cedis to 3.9 billion. 189 million Ghana cedis difference. How is that possible?
And if I would interject here, you see, as soon as that happens, in the Public Financial Management Act, this commitment authorization is already there, and it's called a warrant. And it says that if you breach and do a commitment, create a liability without a warrant, it triggers the penalties.
Yes, so
what happens?
Yeah, so what happened?
That?
Look, this is a difference of almost $100 million for the same bridge. It's being built by Maripoma. So how did you go to the finance minister that give me a commitment of 3 billion, but end up awarding the same contract for 4 billion, 3.9 billion. Almost $100 million difference. That is not the only one.
Ghana cedis.
No, $100 million. You are dividing it by 10. How is that possible? I'll give you another one. Mankesim to Ejumako. The project initial, the contract, that the information they took to the Minister of Finance for commitment was 2.1 billion. But they awarded the contract at 2.9 billion. Almost 800 million Ghana cedis difference. How did that happen? So the Dodo Pepeso one is child's play. It's child's play. So we have a right to ask questions. Look, I just did the arithmetic. For the 54 projects, if you go on the website, 54 projects, 52.5 billion cedis of it is in Ghana cedis. And then $497 million, because the pricing came in two different denominations, in CD and then also in dollar. Combined, you are looking at about 58 billion Ghana cedis. In total, the number of kilometers we are getting from the 58 billion Ghana cedis is about 1,300 kilometers, roughly. Because some of the projects are bridges, some of them are interchanges, so I get it. But roughly, we are getting 1,303 kilometers of roads with 2 bridges, one on the Dambai and one on the Afram Plains, and then the Kasua-Winneba interchanges. The remaining are largely road, either bitumen surfacing, double sealed bitumen surfacing, and then asphaltic concrete.
And so what's the point?
The point is that we are asking ourselves, we are spending almost $6 billion. Even if we take away $1 billion for the bridges and the interchanges, we are spending about $5 billion to build 1,300 kilometers of roads. So I'm asking Abuja, if he goes back to the analysis he did in 2021, that we built 4,000 with 14 billion, how is he building 1,300 with about 50 billion? Do you get the logic that I'm making? We built 4,000 per his own analysis. What I will give him credit for is that the cocoa roads are largely, you have some bitumen surfacing and some asphaltic, but largely double sealed bitumen surfacing. The prices are reasonably cheaper than the asphaltic. But ultimately, we did 4,900 at 14 billion. You are doing roughly 1,300 at over 40 billion. Now, let me give you another issue. So aside from the fact that one contract has somehow magically moved from 3 billion to 3.9 billion and another from 2.1 to 2.9 billion, there is another issue that we haven't averted our minds to. You know the Kumasi project, the bypasses. Samson, I'll read something to you. We gave a contract for the Kumasi bypasses, and I have the story here. This story is actually on the website of the Ministry of Roads and Highways. It says, and I'll read it to you. Construction of 4 major bypasses.
When was this?
The date is February 23rd, 2022. Construction of 4 major bypasses on Accra-Kumasi Highway to start in March 2022. Then it has the picture of Osei Nyako, the ranking member at that time. Actually, the chairman of the committee, I believe, at that time. Now, the relevant portion. To this end, now let me come back. It said the bypasses are the 11.6 kilometer Osino bypass, the 6.1 Anyinam bypass, 10.6 Inyirisi bypass, and 13.5 Konongo bypass. To this end, the government of Ghana has signed a separate contract to the sum of 2 billion Ghana cedis. Guess what? When Agboja went to Parliament last week to give us a brief on the big push, He spoke about this bypass or these bypasses and said that they didn't make any allocation for it this year. Hopefully in the 2027 budget, they will make allocations. But they need 6 billion. Pay attention. The actual contract sum, the initial contract sum was 2 billion. We left it at 64% complete. So how are you coming to finish the remaining 36% and you need 6 billion, 3 times the original contract sum? Are we not supposed to ask questions? Are we not supposed to ask questions? And they have the effrontery to tell us that there's no scandal. So they should come, of course, I get it.
So you are asking questions.
I'm asking questions.
And yet, at the same time, you are imputing wrongdoing.
It sounds scandalous in my mind.
Okay.
Just as it sounded scandalous in the mind of Suleiman Abraham when he was here. The point is, how do you, even if you've done variation, even if you are adding a few more kilometers to the bypasses, how do you magically, a contract that its original value was 2 billion, how do you magically tell us the remaining percentage of 34%, you need 3 times the original sum?
You seem to discount inflation.
Inflation of 300%? Inflation of, why? Are they not the people telling us inflation have come down, cement has come down, iron rods have come down, everything has come down?
Okay.
So the point is, and then lastly, look, President Mahama, respectfully, Your Excellency, the the John analysis is enough. Why? You promised a reset. Why didn't Abuja? This is my last point on transparency. Suleiman Abraham told you that he first requested for the information. And they did what? They denied him. And he filed an appeal. But why should that have happened in the first place? Because you promised us that you are going to do rare exception of sole sourcing. In fact, the majority leader, Ayariga, sat in parliament or stood in parliament and said, sole sourcing is dead. So if in your wisdom you have decided to do sole sourcing, Samson, what is the right thing to do? The ministry could have issued a statement to Ghanaians. Hello Ghanaians, Mahama administration took a decision in opposition that we will not do sole sourcing. But given the exigencies of the day, we have taken a decision that we are going to do specific projects on sole source and allow the people to know. Look, even when you go on their website, they claim that there are 23 old big push. They are referencing the projects that we started that they are trying to appropriate for themselves. I've been fighting this issue offside. Now, Samson, when you go on their website and you click on the 23 projects, it doesn't work. Do you know why? Because some of us believe that during the novated agreement, when they signed the novated agreement, meaning the new agreement, we suspect that the prices have increased astronomically. Because when you go on the website, the big push link works, our consolidated project works, somehow magically, the 23 projects that they claim we started, which they have novated or signed new contracts for, somehow that doesn't work.
Okay, I think Otto Addo had just clicked on that. Let's see if it showed up.
Oh, I have the screen. I did a screenshot. I did a screenshot of it.
You mentioned the fact that...
But initially they were showing.
Yes.
Suleimana used this to do a discussion.
So actually, I read Suleiman's Facebook post where he stated that even though they've taken them down, they have screenshots of it already.
I have
they'll be able to produce.
As for the fourth essay, that's what they normally would do.
Yes, I have screenshots.
Okay. Now, Kofi made a point.
No, so hold on. Kofi, don't you get, you and Kobna, don't you get an impression that they appear to want to sanitize what they have put on the web page? Yeah. Don't you get that? That's what they are trying to do, and perhaps there's no any.
There is a cyber security expert called Richard Apau. He has done an analysis on the website. He's actually written an opinion piece on his Facebook page, and he's itemizing some of the suspicious activities he found. Documents being edited. You can go on Richard Apau's Facebook page and read the opinion piece. So clearly...
Okay, so that was just for brief.
Yeah.
Don't you think sincerely, that you can give them the benefit of the doubt that because they were putting up all of these things and in the middle of the debate back and forth, they clearly appear to be making errors. And Suleimana continued to, hammer on the errors for them. They feel, look, let's begin on a blank slate. Let's take everything down and then put them back again.
Which is their right. So it's okay if they have done that. Just come back and say, we acknowledge that we may have put out information which may not be accurate. So we've gone to look at it and we've updated it.
All right.
So everybody will know that you have updated it.
Right.
But if you don't do that and you put it out as if it was the original one, that is when, you see, your own actions is what will create the doubt.
I get where you're coming from. But you see, they also raise issues. Kwame Abuja has spent time to tell us about how it is lack of understanding on the part of those thinking because of suspicion of wrongdoing, saying that for one of the contractors, they have only one staff, and for another contractor, he has only, 4 staff or 2 staff members.
Okay.
He feels, yes, 4. He says, fellow countrymen and women, what we do at the Ministry of Road and Highways is largely engineering. Don't be misled by anyone with a hidden motive. No contractor in Ghana has only one staff. I am told someone mentioned the name of a firm called Sanam, and he was talking about Sule when he spoke here, with 4 workers per their SNIT clearance, and build managers with 1 worker. These are contractors with many active staff working on site currently. Disregard the disinformation.
Unfortunately, I'll disagree with him. Now you have moved that into qualification. So let me take my time to explain what qualification is. For every transaction, you set out the job description or the scope of what has to be done, and you determine who qualifies to do it. So tomorrow morning, if you decide to step aside and we are looking for someone to host this program, the organization would have to come up with a specification of who fits. In law, they use something called fit and what?
Fit and proper.
Fit and proper. Who is fit and proper to sit in that chair? In the same way, when we are giving out we put out tenders and we are giving out contracts, we define who is fit and proper to execute that one. Now, they are...
Fit and proper is not about numbers.
It's not.
It's about...
I'm coming to it.
Expertise.
But something, I think something is happening on this platform, and I think we all need to be cautious.
Okay.
On this platform, myself and Kofi are projected partisan. He is projected with expertise. And so one of the things I also expect that in projecting expertise, you don't pigeonhole the conversation. If I come and say a contractor has 1 employee, and for that matter, try to insinuate that you are disqualified by reason solely of that fact, then there is evidence that between the years, say maybe 2021 to 2023, this same contractor, Saman, 2019 to 2020.
Maybe you should have waited for me to land.
Just a second, just hold on.
This same contractor has done over 22 projects under the MPP. Are you saying that in seeking to award a contract to such a person, the fact of that contractor having done 22 projects between 2019 and 2022 should be glossed over?
Question.
That's expertise.
I'm coming back to you. I'm coming back to you.
Frame the conversation.
You should have waited for me to land.
Let me ask you this question before I come to him to complete, and you will also take your turn. They presented what's the name? Suleimana did. What is the disinformation about it? He was looking at the documents And he said by the SNIT clearance of Sanam, they have a staff strength of 4. By the what engineering build managers, they have 1. What is the disinformation about that?
You want me to answer?
Yes, please.
So you see, because he had the benefit of evaluating this information prior to publication, nothing absolutely, in the interest of fairness, precluded him. For instance, what project is he doing or has he been awarded to do?
That one is known.
Good. On the sites, I see 1 employee having been given the contract executing it.
No, they haven't said 1 employee.
No,
because the media have just gone there and they have seen that there are more people working.
Exactly my point. So my point is that in the interest of fairness, at the time you gave that information on Newsfile, that is last week Saturday, barely a week ago, you knew for a fact that someone does not have 1 employee. So why put that information there? Deliberate. To color the conversation and insinuate wrongdoing. Beyond that,
how does he know? Why should he stretch himself beyond the documents?
Senior, I least expected this.
Please, I'm moderating a show.
I know. But you see, the reason why I said I least expected this is that, you see, even when we give you information, you don't leave it there at the base level. More so, when your preliminary observation was that the ministry had engaged or called the sole source factory, I expected that beyond documents, you go beyond. I have appreciated the work Fourth Estate has done. In fact, when Manasseh did the SML investigation, beyond what was on publication, you go into offices, you speak to this person, you come to MPA, you go here, because what you want to do is to see whether the information on the face of document actually translate to what is on the ground.
Thank you. Now you take your turn.
Very well.
Why does it matter that you say Sule or the Fourth Estate would not have been wrong in projecting that these contractors winning big contracts had 4 employees or 4 staff or had 1 staff? And they didn't say, our investigation showed that they have 1 staff. They said, by the documents submitted to us, the SNIT clearance shows 4 staff and 1 staff.
So you notice that when you invited in, I first of all went into the principle and I said, you are taking me into qualification. And I was going to go and break down what constitutes qualification and go to the Act to show you what the Act prescribes as qualification in this instance. So I always like to, and Eduji, my knife cuts both ways. The fact that under MPP they did it and it is being done now doesn't make it right. So if it is wrong, it is wrong. And I'll say it. And that is why I always come from the principal point of view, so that it becomes clear to everybody that what is good for the goose is good for the gander. What was wrong yesterday is wrong today.
So briefly educate us on the qualification.
Let's go back to qualification.
Where you don't expect that, as a media person, when I take a SNIT clearance and there are 4 staff for a big contractor, it's not expected of me naturally to think that this contractor will need to employ many people and they are not permanent staff. So they may not be subject to SNIT payment. Therefore, my SNIT documentation will not reflect that I have 1,000 staff.
So if I go to the section under qualification, it starts off with the qualification from a documentary perspective. And so they would say that you can't bid for a government contract without having incorporated a company.
Correct.
So you must bring your certificate of incorporation and commencement of business.
Right.
That's the first one. There's a reason why they ask for all these things. The second one they ask for is tax clearance. It is to ensure that you are a taxpayer. So now you qualify for the government to spend taxpayers' money on you. The next one is to show that you are an employer. And you can only prove that you are an employer if you can provide the SNIT clearance to show that you have employees that you pay SNIT for. So there's a reason why those requirements. So in that contract, it has the certificate of incorporation there. It has the tax clearance certificate there. It has the SNIT clearance. Now, they have declared one employee. Now, let me stress, Eduji, that when you declare information to a government officer and that information turns out to be wrong, under a criminal code itself, it's also an offense. So you have just alluded that these people declared to SNIT that they have one employee and 4 employees, but in actual fact, they have more employees. Again, I take you to the Pensions Act, and the Pensions Act defines what a salary is or who a worker is. A salary includes the emoluments which are earned by a worker while on duty in accordance with the express or implied terms of a contract of employment or apprenticeship, and which are paid or payable in cash to the worker at fixed or determinable intervals. A, in respect of normal working hours. B, where payments are calculated in relation to set tax. So in B, by day workers who are paid based on number of headpans they carry, they will fall under this. So per the Pensions Act, if you don't declare the right number of employees you have and pay the right pension contributions for them, you are in breach of the Act. And
so the contractors' use of the temporary staff,
yes,
they use temporary staff. The temporary staff are entitled to SNIT payments.
See, I've been in HR before. Companies have various ways of avoiding tax. Now, tax evasion is criminal, but tax avoidance is not criminal.
Correct.
So some companies, instead of making employees full-time employees, make them contract employees, take them from outsourced companies. But in order not to fall foul of the law, when they calculate how much should be given to an outsourced staff, they compute the SNIT contributions, pension contributions, and add it and give it to the outsourced person for him to manage it.
Okay.
So if contractors begin to play around...
There may be a problem, but it's not exactly the case that they do not have more than 4 staff, because definitely they need many hands to execute that.
Exactly. So let me go back. So you see, if a company comes and says that I have only 1 employee, and you give me a SNIT clearance that you have 1 employee, the reason why as a procurement person I'll disqualify you is that when I set out my tender, I set out my tender with requirements of personnel.
But I will tell you, I have 1 employee, perhaps who is a secretary or some executive person to me, the chief executive. But this is a job that I'm involved in that requires me to always recruit temporary staff. So even though I have 1 that is subject to SNIT by me, the rest I always outsource, so I won't pay.
I decide as an employer, the criteria I'm using to qualify you, not you. You respond and must meet my criteria. So if in my criteria, I say that as a civil contracting company, your key personnel, and if you say key personnel are not contract staff. Key personnel are not contract staff. So as a civil engineering company, your key personnel must include a project manager.
Okay, thank you. We should end it there. But you were just in 30 seconds. You were suggesting that.
Yes, I was making a point that
who to do the investigation is a problem.
It hasn't been named, so we will just wait. The question is who will do it and what will come out of it. If it's a political figure, then it will always raise doubt in our mind. Okay. It will be best if it becomes an independent person. Maybe you should leave it to civil society. That's my expectation.
Like President Akufo-Addo gave the SML matters to KPMG to do.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Now, so the point I was making about what Kofi said. See, the part of the contract was in Ghana cedi and was in USD.
Yes, some of them were USD and some...
We have just passed a law in 2024, the Contracts Act Amendment.
Can I preempt you that,
yes,
that often you will see this, but is the equivalent, CD equivalent. So that's how the payment is done. So there will not be a breach of the law. You don't agree?
Yeah, but the Exchange Control Act says you can't advertise. You can't quote.
Okay. You can't advertise.
You can't advertise. You can't quote.
Thank you. Eduji, now let's come to you. For some of the CSO leaders, like Franklin Kujo, this was really good news. How did he describe it? He said this was his best so far. But there are others. They may not have said so publicly. They feel disappointed that from the responses of the president to some of the issues, particularly for the big push issue and the tax for Galamsey, he's lost the thing about the resets.
Okay, so let me say this. This whole conversation completely is animated by the work done by the Fourth Estate. In fact, I'll be the last person to, as it were, discredit the work that the Fourth Estate has done. It is not in doubt. Through the work of the Fourth Estate, we have realized the over 2 billion Ghana cedi expose with the National Service thing. And so clearly, the work of the Fourth Estate had really helped our current democracy. And I respect them for the work they do. What is also not in doubt, and like I've always maintained, that knowledge is not in the head of one person. And so any attempt to claim that whatever you say is sacrosanct, final, should not be permitted, particularly in our democratic space. If you look at the expose in the first place, the initial teaser was that I hope this is not going to be the first scandal or something.
Yeah.
Then subsequently, it moved into the fact that the Ministry of Roads and Highways had been turned into a sole source factory. First of all, what exactly are the facts on the ground? From the time Minister Agboja took over as the roads minister, over 930 road contracts have been awarded. 930. Of the 930 roads contracts awarded so far, trunk road maintenance constitute 405, and they were awarded competitively. In fact, the invitation to award those contracts competitively, the evidence is the daily graphic publication Monday, July 7, 2025. Invitation for tenders. It can easily be checked. Monday, July 7, 2025. Again, Thursday, June 19, 2025, Ghanaian Times, National Competitive Tendering. Further evidence of this competitive process. It's also important to make the point that if you look at the number of trunk roads, highways, feeder roads that have been awarded, all amounting to 930, the suggestion that 88 of them awarded sole source amounted to having the majority sole source, will be clearly problematic. Because if 88 projects out of 903 are awarded through sole sourcing, the suggestion that the ministry had become a sole source factory, with the greatest of respect, I will struggle to appreciate that claim. Even of the 88 that they claim that they were awarded through sole sourcing, 23 of them were inherited and novated. So again, the 83, which is under the big push, cannot, with the greatest of respect, constitute a factory to manufacture sole source contracts. What is also not in doubt is that 47 of these contracts were awarded through restrictive tendering. So exactly what exactly is the narrative? If in the course of this public discussion, additional information have come and it requires that the goalposts be shifted, nothing stops the people who initiated the conversation and say, look, with the benefit of time, this is what we are coming out with, to enrich the public discussion. First of all, I sat here quietly and tried to listen to specifics. Dodipepesu has been awarded First of all, though the PPSU, the rehabilitation, is not sole source. It's restrictive tendering. And see, I've shared the contract documentation with you.
Yes, you have just done that. I've seen it.
And in the contract documentation, it was not sole source. It was restrictive tendering. 2, I have never been involved in road constructs. And so I do not claim
But we have to be clear.
No,
we have to be clear that the Fourth Estate was clear in saying a number of the contracts that were not subjected to competitive tendering and others that were subjected to restrictive tendering. It didn't say the purpose is sole source.
The point I'm making is that the narrative by the expose was a sole source factory. Please. I have every right to undermine that conversation and narrative. And I'm saying that it cannot be correct that if out of 930 projects, 88 of them were awarded, assuming even through sole sourcing, that makes the ministry a sole source factory.
So how do you blame the reporter who says, give me all contracts
on this platform?
Give me all contracts on Big Push. And then you supply them 100 and is it 15 or
115.
115.
8 were out and they came to 107.
Correct. And then they do an assessment of what you give them. So now if you are giving them more than that number, why do you blame them?
It's the ministry that was framed. Okay. And I've always put the information out.
So the ministry did wrong?
I'm not saying
whoever is there providing the
what I'm telling you on this platform is that 903 projects have been awarded involving feeder road, trunk road maintenance, highways, among others. Oh, specifically under Big Push, I've given you the 88.
Thank you.
And 23 of them were...
So let's limit what they are doing. They are doing contracts under Big Push. And they asked for documents and contracts under Big Push. And they were giving the 115. And you discount the 8 that were not for the regime. And then they found that 81% or 81 of those.
Yeah, 76%, which is 81.
Exactly.
I am saying on this platform that contrary to the assertion that the Ministry of Roads has been turned into a sole source factory.
Okay.
The record shows that of the 930 projects awarded, only 88 of them comes under the Big Push. And of the 88, 23 were projects inherited and novated. That's a fact, remains unchallenged. 2, though the PPSU was not sole source, it's restrictive tendering. One of the things I do not want to claim expertise in road construction is the question of road construction and what goes into it. And I'm not sure that any of us here this morning has that expertise. Like we lawyers see, certain words used constitute what industry practitioners may call terms of art. And so once you say rehabilitation and you come and put out there in public, rehabilitation means an existing road that you are just going to either do patches or something. For the road persons with expertise in it, they will tell you that rehabilitation goes through and beyond that. What is important for any critical mind is what is the scope of work to be undertaken. It is only when the scope of work is put out there that you can have a proper challenge. But you see, I am not surprised this morning listening to my brother Kofi Tonto. It is something that the MPP would definitely do. Because one of the major campaign promises of President John Dramani Mahama, after we were told that over 10,000 roads were constructed from 2017 to 2024, that is from here to Nebraska in the United States of America, of roads were constructed within 8 years. On the campaign platform, and thankfully I was part of the campaign, we realized that contrary to this claim, major roads in this country remain immotorable or motorable. Senior, if you go to even Upper East, that a terrain you are quite familiar with, right from Bolga, Nabdan, Zebla, you do Binduri, right to Boku, from Boku right to Kulungugu, into Pusiga to Tempane, back to Garu.
Yeah, you know the landscape food.
Yes. Look are the roads there? And I've always asked, those communities, were they part of the 10,000 roads from here to Nebraska that the Akufo-Addo administration claimed they have constructed? It beggars. So a government having undertaken a tour of the country comes and says, look, this is going to be my campaign. I am going to get these roads fixed. In the absence of an alternative cost theory, it becomes extremely difficult to insinuate inflated projects. Why I'm making this point? If you recall, in the first term of President Mahama, when the decision was made to construct the Kaswa interchange, to construct the Ridge Hospital, candidate Akufo-Addo then went public to say that those projects have their cost inflated. I remember specifically the Kaswa interchange. It took the then ranking on the Roads and Highways Committee, Honorable Eduemi, who incidentally happened to be a former regional highways boss in the Eastern region, to come out to say that from the numbers that the committee were presented with, there couldn't have been any issue of inflated road projects. I recall vividly how Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo tried to discredit the Ridge Hospital project, only for the Crown agent to provide the value for money undertaking that was done for the Ridge Hospital project. The Circle Interchange project, that was the same narrative. So I am not surprised that the NPP has tried to jump into this conversation by the Fourth Estate to create a sanctimonious, image. Your record is still fresh in the minds of our people. First of all, who awarded the motorway rules, the motorway project? It was the NPP. It was awarded in dollars, $300 million. That was the right. So the contract. If you sit here and simply say that for every kilometer, this is how much it should be, then people begin to ask questions. Yeah.
Okay. Edgy. In the same Exchange Act, a contract between the country and a contractor who is a foreign company is not in local currency. And you know that. So
the contract for the motorway is between who and who?
Who is the contractor?
Maripoma. It's a local contractor, Maripoma.
So, I mean, give him that information. Give him that information.
Tamamoto is Maripoma.
No, share that information.
Yes, it's a local company.
Yes.
Oh, so share that information.
Because when I'm driving around, I see Chinese people.
Oh, I'm
share
sure
that information with
I see Chinese people.
I think he needs that info.
Okay, good. So next point I want to make. Another clarity I want to give to you is there's an element of dilatory conduct under the provision for which it was.
Yes, which you mentioned the last time. Yes. So you can use that to engender.
The argument he's making now is to use dilatory conduct to engender the agency, and that's what I want to clarify.
Shall I proceed? What is also
there's a pastor who sent me a tall message. He called. He managed to have access to my contact, and then sent me a recording. He was very unhappy with you guys last week for suggesting that these situations are not emergency situations for which the roads there should be a resort to sole source. As far as he's concerned, the road in his area is very bad, terrible, and for a contractor to be handpicked to do it, all he's interested in that the road is getting fixed. So if you say it's not urgent, he's not happy about it.
Then we should justify why an armed robber takes a gun and goes to steal.
This morning, my brother Kofi Tonto said, this project, Kofi, the road from Sablugu to Walawale, how was it awarded?
Why are you asking?
The reason why I've asked you that question is simple. That road was awarded for $29 million plus. The contractor has even taken the money away. We have to, do investigation to look for him. That's your record. This morning you come and sit on this platform and create an impression of patriotism. You, MPP, please, we have a specific mandate by the people of this country.
Your suggestion is that if some wrong was done previously and there's wrongdoing going on, nobody should talk about it because...
on this platform that wrong was done. I'm specific.
I have not admitted anything.
Exactly. So
you go ahead and make your point.
Senior, the man is not even admitting that something wrong happened.
And I've not been pious on this platform. I just stated the facts.
I'm not aware.
So
but first of all, let me proceed.
Don't try to...
Let's be specific here. In March 2024, the upgrading of Apedu-Donyina Bridge Point over River Alda was a contract that was awarded by your government. March 2024, at least, you were in government. It was for 86 million Ghana cedis, effectively meaning that we were doing 27 million Ghana cedi per kilometer. I cannot sit here at the spell of the moment and say it was wrong because I do not have the scope of work. 86 million Ghana cedis for 3-kilometer projects. 27 million per kilometer. You awarded it. In fact, I've seen documents which suggest that even the last roads minister, the Honorable Asenso, projects that were awarded in his constituency, and the project cost specific. And so, if the conversation is that we have sole source, and I've always maintained that sole source in and of itself is never wrong. It is how we have done our politics over the period. That is what has shaped the sole source conversation. In fact, I remember on Newsfile, I think you moderated that session. Your good friend, I think Gabi Asare-Chidakun, he was there. In criticizing the Mahama First administration, said and likened sole source to stealing. You remember? So I recall when the MPP came to power, and in Nana Addo's first inaugural speech, you remember when he made the point that I shall insist on value for money in order to protect the public purse. We said, look, it's fair politics to hold his feet to the fire of accountability. What happened over the period? The Auditor General, appointed by President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, decided to do a special audit on cocoa roads. In that special audit undertaken by the Auditor General appointed by President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, he came out and said, of the cocoa roads that were awarded, 85% were awarded through non-competitive process. Those were his report. At that time, we were invited to interrogate the Auditor General's report because that is an audit report. As we speak, I have not seen any audit report that specifically raises the issue. And in fact, in the audit report...
Please, you should be rounding up.
Yes. In the audit report that was produced for the cocoa roads, that was when my brother Sami Jemfi raised the question that if the Auditor General is saying that cocoa roads that were awarded, 85% were done through non-competitive process. And in the executive summary by the Auditor General, he now makes the point that because those projects were awarded through non-competitive processes, they were more expensive. That was the conversation. And that is what my brother Sami Jemfi and others spoke on.
They spoke about source being a conduit for corruption.
No, but because in the Auditor General's report, the Auditor General made it abundantly clear that those sole sourcing projects made it more expensive. Then we said, look, in the past, the narrative that was sold was that sole source amount to stealing. And on this platform, it was stated unchallenged. And so we then said that if that is the case, by parity of reasoning, is it fair to say that? And so if today, through the work of Fourth Estate, and I'll just comment on what the president said so we can.
Briefly.
The president could have been dismissive, like we have seen in the past, in saying that, well, my ministry has awarded a project, it matters not if there is any public concern or conversation. He said, in the circumstance, I take the work you have done seriously. I want to elicit response to the agency responsible, that is the Ministry of Roads. Thereafter, we can interrogate between the two who is alleging wrongdoing, who has done what is right or otherwise. In the absence of that, with respect, what would be the basis to insinuate that one, what the president has said matters not?
What do you know? Will it be done with best practice? And we can take that best practice from Akufo-Addo. Will it be given to an independent assessor?
When you say it should be given to an independent assessor, I don't get your point.
So like we talked about SML Matadaki.
How do you not get this simple?
Akufo-Addo appointed an independent assessor, KPMG.
Something, he gets it. He gets it. He's deliberate.
Rather than say, bring it to the presidency and I'll get maybe my chief of staff or somebody around to look at it and give a verdict.
Thankfully, the president has not shown any expertise in roads and contracting. So definitely the president will need persons with that skill set to do it.
Okay.
So we are preempting him.
But you see, my point is that at this point, you are a procurement expert, correct?
Yes.
But you have shown us your view on this matter. So your expertise will no longer be needed because you have prejudged the conversation.
All right.
That's the point I'm making.
Thank you. Yes,
you understand? Because your view, I was expecting that you having that expertise would have given everybody the benefit of the doubt. But you have concluded on all the matters.
Okay, let's now go to Dr. John Osai-Kwapong. Thank you.
For your expertise
Thank you very much.
I haven't said I want my expertise to be used. I'm saying that on the basis of the evidence on hand. On the evidence on hand, you have violated so many laws. Not one, not the Procurement Act. There's the Public Financial Management Act. There's the Pensions Act. There is the Contracts Act. You violated so many laws. How come a legislator?
Thank you. Seth Bokwe of the Media Foundation for West Africa says Edugyi is deviating from the substance of our investigation and twisting the facts. We were clear and unambiguous that we were focusing on the Big Push project, which the Ministry of Finance had committed more than 50 billion cedis. Again, it is not true that the 23 projects were part of the sole source contracts we presented. The minister who is in charge of the ministry is claiming over 400 projects. Edugyi is claiming 900. Which is which? The Dodo Pepeso was awarded to a company incorporated in January 2025. What capacity have they built to deserve such a contract? So he needed to set that right.
Do I have the opportunity to read?
PK in Elembele says, I can see the MPP are quick to win 2028 elections, hence the unnecessary propaganda to the current government, which is barely 2 years in power. Arguably, this government is doing very well. Less corruption and the quest to reset Ghana is on a good note. Today, businessmen can borrow from banks to support their business. Oh, really? This didn't happen in the previous regime. Okay, thank you for your message anyway. This one from Mancha Bruce II. He says that the Fourth Estate recent expose on the Big Push road contract has raised staggering red flags about procurement processes, inflated costs, and favoritism in awards linked to the Mahama administration. The report highlights documentation gaps and questions whether value for money rules were followed. What is worrying is the amendments, deletion, and eventual restoration of data on the ministry's website. What was bad yesterday can't be good today. Edugyi and the NDC have fallen on their own dagger. Is this the reset we were promised? You are in your second year and you are still in campaign mode. amazing convictions. Papa Bisu on the Spintex Road, where I'm heading shortly after the show, says that big push, unverified, properly allegations. What do you mean? Unverified, properly allegations. I don't understand that. Flying in the air. And on the flip side, COVID and Russia-Ukraine war should be compared with US, Israel, and Iran war relative to fuel hikes. Okay, thank you for that. It's not direct to what we are talking about, really. Then Master Planner Jr. in Kintampo says that the big push has now changed into big pool. A company with just one worker and another with 4 workers are being awarded contracts through sole source under the big push. Under the same big push, 1 kilometer of road is costing us about 154 million, making it one of the highest in the world in relation to road construction per kilometer. What a reset. Ghanaians are watching. Okay, thanks for those messages. Now, Dr. Sakwapong, what do you say? You see, what the Fourth Estate set out to do, although it may have brought other revelations they felt they needed to question, their motive was a good one. That you promised that sole sourcing will be a thing of the past. You said, and we played Okujeto, he said we'll ban it, we'll abolish it. In fact, you heard the president in parliament say we'll ban it, but he did a second coming and then said it will be for only rare circumstances. Anytime I say this, I add that by our law now, single sourcing or sole sourcing is supposed to be for rare circumstances. So I don't get it when they say they will amend the law. I don't know what is going to be amended. From where you said, did they do a good job by this expose? And is the president to be applauded for his approach to it?
Thank you very much, Samson. So, I mean, if you think of the work that the Fourth Estate does, other media people do, then yes, you know, shining the light on what is going on, you know, in government, bringing transparency and accountability, for me is a good thing. Even if you may have questions about maybe some of the findings or et cetera, overall, shining light on government conduct and government activities, for me, is not a bad thing. It's a good thing to do. And yes, for me, the first thing also is that part of the conversation goes back to some of the things that the NDC said whilst in opposition, which the Fourth Estate is saying, how do we reconcile some of your narrative whilst in opposition with what we are seeing with this particular infrastructure initiative called, you know, the big push? When all is said and done, for me, there are 3 quick things that this story and the emerging conversation brings to the fore for me. One is the cost of goods and services that governments procure. So we go through this cycle of you paid X amount for an interchange, it's inflated, it shouldn't have cost that much. Then we get to another regime and you paid X amount for this number of kilometers for a road, and it shouldn't have cost that much. And so there's this constant political bickering between our 2 main political parties over the stated cost of contracts versus what they believe should be the true cost of a good or a service that government or a particular government is procuring. And then ultimately then, because there seem to be, in their view, disparity between the stated cost versus what they believe should be the true cost, then some way, somehow, the taxpayer is being shortchanged and there's no value for money. But I also ask myself that we've built certain processes into the procurement process when the state is trying to acquire certain goods and services. Tender committees, the evaluations they do, PPA, the evaluations they do, and the final approval. So unless these administrative processes still do not give us the confidence to be able to say the stated amount truly, after having gone through these administrative processes, we can comfortably live with, then where does that leave us? That's one. Two, the use of the tools of public policy and the politics that surrounds it. A sole sourcing, single sourcing, restrictive tendering, is it a good thing or a bad thing? Well, our political parties, through their representatives in parliament, etc., by virtue of their own wisdom, have come up with a law. And in that law, they make provisions for, if you cannot use competitive tendering, there are certain circumstances under which you can use other kinds of tendering to procure goods and services for the state. But what we see, again, is this cycle of constant bickering over the use of these same policy tools that they themselves have given legitimacy.
The exception has become the default.
Right. So then I say to myself, if really, after having gone through these cycles, right, that our political parties are coming to a place where some way, somehow, they think, well, this sole sourcing thing, I've accused one side of abusing it, and they have also accused me of abusing it, then maybe we need to come back to the table for them to build some political consensus around it and say, you know what, maybe the only way we stop this trading of you've abused it, we will stop it, you did worse, I did worse, etc., then maybe take it out of the law. Mm-hmm. Because for me,
that's
you cannot...
impossible, because there will be situations where it is urgent, it's emergency, and you need to use single or sole source.
And I 100% agree, right, that, you know, a public administrator cannot anticipate everything that would happen. That is why...
It is the abuse, that they have abused the single source window.
Actually,
right, and something...
The failure of the regulator, because somebody is supposed to play referee in a match between two players. The person who is supposed
failure
to
of the regulator. We just spoke about SML. We just spoke about SML.
Yes.
Do you remember what happened in SML?
I did that with Manasseh.
They went to PPA.
Yes.
At least twice they were rejected.
Yes.
But you can see that there was a big man forcing that do it, and then for the third time they got it. So those don't work. What the investigators, Fourth Estate is saying is simple. You mounted the high horse, the moral high horse, in campaign. You said this is a conduit for stealing. You said we have actually prepared a bill to ban it. You have revised it to say we want it to be the rarity. Then you come your biggest project, your flagship project. We ask you to give us the documentation and tell us how far you have gone with it. You give us 115 contracts. Out of the 115 contracts, we separate 8, which you say you didn't award them. Then we leave the 107. Out of the 107, we find that 81 were single source. The remainder of the 26 were also not taken through competitive process to give value for money, but through
restricted.
Selective tendering. So we are telling you, you have not lived up to your promise.
And I don't disagree with that. I 100% agree that they must be held accountable.
So what is the president going to investigate?
They have to reconcile that opposition rhetoric with what is currently happening. What I'm saying is that in the ensuing conversation, the key thing for me also then becomes, beyond this specific thing, are our two main political parties arriving at a place where they both have concerns about the abuse of sole sourcing or single sourcing. And if they do, even though by law it is a legitimate...
Yes, they do.
Sure. Then if they do, let's all go, then they should go back to
they do when they are in opposition, I should say so.
Right, but they should go back then to the table and say, you know what, I've accused you enough of abusing this thing, you've accused me enough of abusing this thing. What is the way out? Can we build some consensus out of this quagmire? Because for how long are we going to keep going through this vicious cycle of...
Because it is their political toolkit.
Do you see what I'm saying?
When they are in opposition, they use it.
My last
when they come into public power, they suddenly develop amnesia and forget.
And for me, the last thing is, this is also about administrative transparency. We live in a culture where sometimes I feel like our public administrators are a little hesitant to share information with the public. Sometimes it's the most mundane of information that I don't see why they want to be protective of that kind of information. I recall years ago just wanting the updated copy of a stampage fee report, for example, and the person I'm speaking to is hesitant and doesn't want to give. And I'm thinking, this is not some state secret that I'm asking for. If you are going to use some of these things, instead of waiting for it to come out as a result of an investigation by an entity like the Fourth Estate, can we get to a point where our public administrators are more proactive, right? So, okay, I'm awarding this under sole sourcing, and this is the basis, not just the generic, these are emergency projects, but can you even document some of the core bases? Yeah, I know it sounds very idealistic, but the things
let me come back to you to get you to answer my question.
Yes.
My question to you is that sitting in between the politicians,
yes,
when the president says, I have called for the documentation and responses to conduct an investigation, what would the investigation be about? The guys asked for big push contracts. Mm-hmm. They were giving 115. Mm-hmm. Out of the 115, some were labeled as contracts that predate the government. Mm-hmm. They separate those, 8 of them. They are left with 107. Out of the 107, 81 are single or sole sourced. 26 were also not submitted to competitive tendering, which is the preaching in opposition and even in government. And they present that to you. That this is not, it conflicts with the promise. What is the president going to investigate?
Maybe the basis upon which there was that significant deviation from the rhetoric to what they are seeing, why those 81 of that 107, were awarded under such circumstances. I mean, I don't know what is going through his mind.
Establish why the promise has been broken.
Or not even the promise has been broken, whether,
quote the president well. Mm-hmm. The president, and you can place says, too steady. Mm-hmm. You understand?
For what? For what?
No, but you see something, you can't ask for what. Are you saying, with respect, that once the Fourth Estate says this, that ends it?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, so if it doesn't end the conversation, what exactly the difficulty with the position taken by the president?
Will the data change? The Fourth Estate asked for big push contracts. They were giving 115. Out of the 115, 8 were isolated, having been awarded in this regime. Hold on.
We have the benefit of not importing facts into this conversation. With respect, mm-hmm. I remember vividly, mm-hmm. the first time I saw Suleiman Abraham's Facebook post, mm-hmm. I was glued to it because the first was a screamy banner. If I'm exact, I hope this is not the first scandal. Mm. Then subsequently, it changed into the sole source factory. Then the position kept changing. I am saying that the narrative should not be put out there that they only set out to do this and only that. With the benefit of time, my brother Sule had done interviews on Asempa. He's been here. The conversation the goalposts keep changing. And I'm saying that.
Over here, it never changed. Oh, the statistics, as were presented to him and he showed to us, was that 81 out of the 107 big push contracts awarded by this regime are single source or sole source. In fact, the 107 contracts altogether, none was subjected to competitive tendering. So that data will not change.
Your point this morning is that once Suleimana Fourth Estate, my brother
Rose Ministry.
said, no, you, my brother said and everything, have said, okay, President, you breach your campaign promise on moral or whatever grounds. Then the President said, yes, I have accepted. We end it, correct.
In some sense, I didn't finish my point, right? So as you were saying, would it change the facts that 81 out of the 107 were not subjected to competitive tendering? Perhaps further probing,
all 107 not subjected.
Correct. So was there an abuse in the process? If there was an abuse in the process, is there some remediation that can be done? If it can, then can you sort of undo some of these things? If you cannot undo them, like you're saying, so does that mean the conversation?
There's an important question. There's an important
so wait, I'm not done.
You are not the Fourth Estate.
Yes.
Doc.
You don't work with Media Foundation
Yes.
for West Africa. If on the back of the promise the president made and the party made, and even what they continue to assure in government, you go to the ministry and say, your big push project, give me the information. And they give you at least 107 contracts. All of them, none tendered through competitive tendering. Will you say that they have breached the promise, or you won't say so?
No, I will say they have breached the promise. What I'm saying is, you were asking about what would the president's call for investigating, and I'm just giving some possible scenarios of, okay, if you find out that this was truly an abuse, a breach of our promise, is there some remediation?
Why do you find out again?
And if it can't be done,
on the face of it,
I get. But listen, Samson, the point I'm trying to make is, ultimately, right, it's a breach of a political promise, and ultimately it is up to the voters, right? So now that this information has been laid bare, the most potent tool we have now is what voters choose to do. Right?
Wait until next election.
No, I'm just saying.
You have taught us that we don't do that.
Samson, the point I'm trying to make is,
go to sleep.
Hold on. Let me land real quick. Okay. What I'm saying is that, I remember I talked about, if the president realizes, hey, Minister of Finance, you are overseeing this big agenda of mine, you've abused this process, what is the remediation for that? Whatever things he can do to say, look, this shouldn't have happened, etc., etc. But I'm also saying that in addition to that, because it is also a breach of a political promise, that is also something the voters would have to then decide what the appropriate penalty is.
First of all, the president has not breached his political promise. I'm struggling to understand where this
he has.
is
it's
coming
very obvious. Please.
I don't expect you to say otherwise.
I think I deserve a right.
Maybe maybe you should be saying.
You have
Let me complete.
You have pushed a narrative on this platform that President Mahama had breached.
Maybe you should be saying. Maybe you should be saying.
Let me respond to you.
Like I cautioned last week, I asked a question that should we now depart from the breach and say, once we can ascertain that there was value for money, we shouldn't have any problem?
Senior, on this platform, you have pushed that narrative twice and not thrice. I've listened to you, that there is a breach. Where is the breach?
Something, can I get it?
President Mahama never said, quote, that my big push projects, I'll do them through competitive tendering. He gave a general scope of procurement under his administration.
So why have he defined it?
Please, he has not defined it. And that is why you are even disqualified for making...
No, you can't put that on me. You lie, you can't put that on me. You lie, you can't put that on me.
Let me put that
on me.
No. I mean, you are disqualified.
You lie.
You can't put that from being part of those who assess it.
If I was going to assess it, then you can say that.
May I proceed, please? May I proceed? President Mahama made it...
In 30 seconds.
Yes, 30 seconds.
I haven't spoken.
Yes, in 30 seconds. You have spoken, but 30 seconds.
What you would do differently. That was his position. And I'm saying on this platform, if you pick the Ministry of Roads, which is the subject of this discussion, 930 projects have been awarded. Can be verified later by your authoritative platform.
That you have said.
Authoritative. Good.
That you have said.
Of this, 88 of them comes under the big push. Of these, 23 were inherited. So, out of 930, 86 under big push.
No.
How do you reference that to
You didn't give 900 contracts out. You gave 107.
107 under big push.
You didn't give 900 out.
It is what they wanted that they were giving. But I'm saying that 930 projects have been awarded by the ministry. The awarding agencies are feeder roads, highways, and all the agencies under, constituting 930.
Correct.
Of these, some went through competitive tendering, and I've mentioned the specific notices.
It is the big
daily.
push projects.
Please, Sina, I beg you. Of this number went through competitive tendering. So if you are even doing, in terms of the mathematics and the ratio, and 86 or 88 out of 930, how do you call that abuse?
Let me ask you a question.
Let me answer. Let him answer.
I need to take a break.
How do you call that abuse of campaign promise?
Those contractors?
How do you call that abuse?
How did you select those contractors?
So he's saying.
How do you call that abuse?
He's saying,
how did you select those contractors?
No, Kobna. He's saying that let's not limit the arguments to big push. If you limit it to big push, you make a mistake to say the president has breached his promise. But if you took it on the whole, there are as many as, according to the minister, 400. He says as many as 900.
930.
Out of all of this, it is the 107, let's say 107 under big push, which have not been subjected to competitive tendering. Therefore, if you put it in the whole mix, this will be a very small thing.
A small number.
Yes, Kofi.
Is that not a fair
Kofi, you two in 30 seconds. My producers are telling me I should go on the break. No, you did your main submission.
No, but I have
we are done with the subject. We are done with the subject. We are done with the subject.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm taking a break. My producers will cut you in 30 seconds.
So maybe when we return.
Go ahead.
No, because
we are returning to another subject.
No, please. I have a lot. Look. You came.
He says he has a lot.
Please,
no. We won't be taking time for us.
No, this is not fair to me. Edwigi sat here and said a lot of things. I reserve the right at least 3 minutes.
I've been timing all of you.
At least 3 minutes or so.
I've been timing all of you.
3 minutes or so to at least respond. No. 30 seconds.
Quick. You are still wasting the time. They'll cut you.
First of all, Samson, you promised a reset. This is the first time in our history a political party is promising a reset. So, what is the need of bringing in MPP? You went to Ghanaians and said MPP has failed. We are bad.
But
so
please, let me talk.
Don't interrupt him.
No, but the verdict is out. Ghanaians responded.
So nobody gives a damn.
Please.
Nobody gives a damn what the MPP did. What people care about, is your promise of a reset. Now, Samson, are we saying that 7% of our GDP was determined to use for roads, and the president didn't know how that 7% of our GDP was going to be procured?
Was Akufo-Addo?
Is that why we are saying,
personally?
Samson, is that why we are saying that Mahama as a president?
Ali, this morning you are confirming that Akufo-Addo was the one awarding contract personally.
Please.
Well, I'm going for a break.
Now, no, Samson, this
you have confirmed on this platform.
Absolutely
Akufo-Addo was awarding contract.
Absolutely not fair.
You know what DG is doing, and if you continue responding,
so let me talk.
You scuttle your points.
Let me talk. Samson. Now, Edwigi talks about 900.
Your 30 seconds.
Edwigi talks about 900 contracts.
Why you know my timekeeper?
Samson. Edwigi talks about 900 contracts. First of all, that is not even the minister has not stated 900 anywhere. But do you know what they are referencing? In contracts, we have consolidated fund contracts. We have the big push contract. Guess what? The president took a firm decision that 99% of the funding in contracting, road contracting, will go to big push. Then 1% or so will go to consolidated. So you know what they did? They have given out road maintenance or routine maintenance. These are like 10 million cedis, 5 million cedis. This is what he's referring to. But that is not the debate.
All right.
We are talking about the 99%, the 7% of our GDP, which you have about 76% sole sourced. Now, lastly, the president said, rare exception. That's 76% LBG. Sound to you like a rare exception. Don't obfuscate the issue.
And this is your most authority platforms. We'll take a quick break. We'll return to interrogate the president's response to the tax for Galamsey. We'll be right back.
Did you know that laser can be used to help diagnose and treat your glaucoma?
You can have modern cataract surgery like those done in Europe and America right here at the St. Thomas Eye Hospital. You can have modern phaco cataract surgery, retina detachment surgery, macular hole, and all kinds of laser surgeries done right here in Ghana. TMC or SOSO. But it's just to tell you, St. Thomas Eye Hospital provides total eye care for you and your family in a serene environment with world-class equipment.
Visit St. Thomas Eye Hospital's Surgical Center at Mathaheko or their Oxford Street branch. I say, anyway, Yentong. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in eye care.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
The journey to the World Cup 2026 has begun. Over 200 people have already secured their 2026 World Cup experience with Galamsey Travels. Visa appointments are being secured. Match ticket processes are underway. The question is simple. Will you be watching from your living room or inside the stadium? From one match to 2 to 3 unforgettable moments. Here is your moment to be part of history. Because when the world gathers in USA and Canada, you don't want to say, well, I almost went. Call Galamsey Travels now on 059-550-0817 or 053-100-8550. Joy is here. Choose yours now.
Hello, CEOs. Ghana's foremost business platform marks 10 years of leadership impact. Join the 10th Ghana CEO Summit and Expo on Monday, 18th May 2026 from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Kempinski Hotel Accra. The summit is themed Accelerating Ghana's Economic Transformation, driving bold reforms through leadership, technology, and industrialization. Tagline, From Vision to Action. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, will attend as special guest of honor and officially launch the CEO Government Compact 2026. Highlights include presidential CEO dialogue, masterclasses, panels, brand expo, CEO profiles, networking, and the Ghana CEO Excellence Gala. Register now at GhanaCEOSummit.com. Call 054-639-1970 or email info@GhanaCEOSummit.com. Powered by CEO Network Ghana in partnership with Deloitte, PwC, EY, GIPC, SIGA, University of Ghana, Media General, and the Multimedia Group. The 10th Ghana CEO Summit and Expo. A decade of leadership impact. T's and C's apply.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Are you a senior looking to maintain your oral health? Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. As we age, our dental needs change, making regular dental care even more important. Geriatric dental care is tailored specifically for older adults, typically aged 65 and above. Aging can bring oral health challenges like dry mouth, gum recession, and increased risk of cavities and gum disease. Regular dental checkups are essential to detect issues early, while preventative measures like fluoride treatments and professional cleanings help maintain oral health. Schedule your appointment today to learn more about dental age-related dental changes and how to keep your smile healthy for years to come. Because your smile deserves the best care, no matter your age.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. You didn't for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, strong, tough.
Turn your home and office design dreams into reality. Here at Lesh Fortune, interior design is our passion. Customized interior design solutions, top of the range products such as curtains and accessories, blinds and accessories, trendy for bespoke hotel, home and office furniture, top-notch space design services.
I'm the CEO of Builders Estates. When it comes to putting the final touch on all my building projects, I look no further than Lesh Fortune for all my interior decoration needs. They bring your ideas to spice.
Turning your house into a home. It's more than just a service. You need beauty and elegance, and the expertise is very important. That's why I choose Lesh Fortune Limited, because they have experience.
Yes, indeed. With our many years of experience, we would excite you. So make that call now. Call us on 0244-265588 or 0302-811163. Lesh Fortune Limited.
Lesh Fortune Limited, unleashing luxury with perfection, one space at a time.
Lesh Fortune Limited.
Men, strong and refined, the skincare you deserve. Dream.
To Malcolm, where shopping is a musical experience for all generations. Granny's Let's Roll It Back.
Malcolm got now we here for you. Malcolm's got it all for me. Life made so easy, lemon squeezy, shopping made easy. Sometimes money day, sometimes some way out of pocket. Malcolm's easy. The price is right. The price is right. The price is nice. The price is nice. Fresh with the vibes, unbeatable. Do the price they fly. Do the price they fly. Your number one stop shop, number one. Your number one stop shop, Malcolm. Malcolm got now we did for you. Malcolm's got it all for me and you.
No matter the generation you belong to, Malcolm is where Ghana shops.
Bring back home the experience.
Bring home the experience.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Fernat Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernat, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernat Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303-966085 or 055-278-4097. Think wood, think Fernat.
Going to the library. Going to the library.
Okay.
I'm going for my graduation. Go well.
Education changes stories, and being part of these stories is the real passion for us. MTN.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. And my outfits, if you're looking for the best kaftans, you get them at Habils Couture. Just go on their social media handles. Just look for Habils Couture and you'll find them. Call them 0200 84 1988. 0200 84 1988. And the show is also brought to you by Bank of Africa, strong as a group and close as a partner. MTN everywhere you go. Ashesi University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa. Robert and Sons Obstacle Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 33 plus years. My Way Insurance, dial star 165 hash on MTN to join My Way today. Syntex tanks, it's strong. It's tough. If it's not Syntex, then you don't really have a tank. Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. Gold board jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Ghanaian. Gold board, that entity that is keeping the economy on its toes for now. Malcolm, your #1 shopping destination. Waylead, your trusted home builder. Bethel Dental, the smile starts here. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in healthcare. Kel Chaco toothpaste, happy smile. So Kel Chaco toothpaste, you must look for it. So we are going back to, like they say, Sankofa Yentri. We go back to our Chaco to make sure that we are keeping the smile on. And in Kumasi this morning, I'm sure that you know that the Love FM Easter Family Party in the park is yet to happen. So this is Start the Fun. It's coming live in the park. Join Love FM for the Easter Family Party in the park, happening Easter Monday, 6 April 2026 at the beautiful Ratri Park. Starting 8 a.m. till you drop. It's a full day of excitement, laughter, music, and unforgettable family moments. And guess what? Entry is still just 10 Ghana cedis. Hey, sorry, that's nice enjoyment at the Ratri Park. It's just for 10 Ghana cedis. Bring the kids along because the kids' corner will be buzzing with fun from the bouncy castles, face painting, dancing competition, electric train, trampoline, and the exciting merry-go-round, among others. There's also going to be the super live band music at the adult corner. Great vibes, great music, and great company. There'll be food, games, music, family fun. It's Easter Monday, 6th of April, 8 a.m. until you drop. The rates, I understand the rates is 20 Ghana cedis per. So please, make sure you join them. And this is proudly brought to you by Indomie, by Didi Shito, Tasty Tom, and J.A. Biney and Co. Right there in Kumasi. Yes, we'll join you. And right there in Kumasi, say good morning to Professor Sky Gao. I wish you many, many, many healthy years. Professor Sky Gao of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Happy birthday, sir. Now, let's move to the next matter and see how quickly we can attend to it. And so we can say something about what is happening to the Black Stars as Coach Otto Addo has been sacked. So the president had a response to why some MMDCs are charging a tax for Galamsey. Listen to him.
There was this report about a district chief executive who, an assembly that was taxing champagne machines. We had it investigated. And apparently it was a practice, not only in that district, but in all the gold mining districts, when we told them to increase their internally generated funds. One easy way to increase those funds was to tax small-scale gold mining. The mistake they made was they didn't differentiate legal small-scale mining from illegal small-scale mining. And it had existed before these DCEs came into office. And so anybody who brings a Shanfang machine into the district, whether it's for legal or illegal, they tax the machine. You're shaking your head. That's exactly the point. I'm saying that it was a carryover to these new DCAs. So they continued the practice in order to increase their internally generated funds to tax Shanfang machines. The presidency went into it. We had the special advisor on governmental affairs go into it. And we've given a strict directive that they are not supposed to tax Shanfang machines. Shanfang machines are illegal, and so they shouldn't tax Shanfang machines. They're even taxing excavators and all that, any excavator that enters. And so it defeats the purpose of the fight against illegal mining. And so we need to educate the district chief executives that even though you desire to increase internally generated revenue, you cannot increase internally generated revenue from illegal activity. Otherwise, then you can tax marijuana farmers and all of them. Exactly. So we've asked the Special Advisor on Governmental Affairs and the Ministry of Local Government to issue guidelines, but also bring them in for orientation on what internally generated revenue raising is. And so I think that the Joy expose was good. Apparently when we investigated, it wasn't only that district, it was almost all the districts in the gold mining areas were doing the same thing. So we'll look at that. Civil society has also led in environmental protection, climate advocacy, and the fight against illegal mining.
Right, so that was a response of the president to this, and as I was saying, there's a CSO leader who spoke to me and said, is this the president who promised the reset? I think he's losing it. And I'm like, why? I asked the question, why? He's being upfront. He's being candid about the situations. What do you want from a president other than that? Okay? So that's what I asked the CSO leader. And he said, are you playing your devil's advocacy with me or you are serious? And I said, I want to hear why you are worried that a president says an investigation has been done by Joy News and they find that a particular district, this is what they are doing. They are taxing Shanfang machines and others, which are used for Galamsey. And the president said, we have looked into the matter upon being petitioned, and we find that it's widespread. And it's a carryover from the previous regime. So we have told them, stop it. It's wrong. What do you want the president to do? I'm beginning this discussion with Ken Ashigbe, who is part of one of the conveners of the Ghana Coalition Against Galamsey. Ken, one of my viewers, Mr. Edu, says, if the president isn't being hypocritical about the sole sourcing matter, Hess should be rolling by now, and the Minister of Roads should be the first to go, because the whole procurement process is rigged, simply put, corrupt. Is that what you are asking? That all these MMDCs, widespread all over the country where there is, gold, they should be sacked and they should be prosecuted for implementing a policy of the state?
Thank you very much, Thompson, and good morning to you. So I begin with reading for you at 995, Section 99, 2D that a person who acts or instigates, commands, counsels, procures, solicits, or in any manner purposely aids, facilitates, and encourages or promotes any act in contravention of the provisions of this act, in respect of which a penalty is not specified. So when you have an assembly go into the theater of an illegality and goes to collect money, purporting to be obeying a policy, which definitely is subservient to this particular act I've read to you, which is subservient to the Constitution. If you have an assembly person collect money from an equipment that the president in his statement says illegal, is that person not infringing upon this law? If you have one of the assemblies, again, Tano North, the DCE grants prospecting license, an act that is only limited to the Minister for Land and Natural Resources, how are we then saying that an equipment that there's a government policy that says is illegal, you have people collecting permits from them? And for me, I don't think the argument is whether this policy came today or came yesterday. If you look into that expose and the things, the skills that are in the expose, I'm not too sure the president has been briefed properly. I've been told that these people were actually going into these theaters of crime and going to collect this money.
What is it that you are not sure about the briefing to the president? The president says, whilst the Joy News investigation targets the Amansia area and stays there and, deals with one DC, the investigation has revealed that it is widespread and that the DC is having been asked to generate, get internally generated funds to operate. We're all doing this and taking money for all of these machines that were going into the field. Perhaps thinking that they were going to do small-scale mining, which is legal anyway, and the money was taken by the states and used by the states. How do you say we should still either sack them and take them to court to punish for breaching the law you just read?
Well, something. Again, so I'm pretty sure the policy when was crafted, because we should bear in mind that there's a legal small-scale mining for which, they would use excavators, they will use various heavy equipment for which then, you would want these permits to be done. Permits to be obtained and paid for. And again, so before your assumption is that for any person who wants to collect any of these monies, you would have to make sure that the person has the necessary permits. The person is sanctioned by the EPA, the Minerals Commission, and all of that. But when you have a person, and these assemblies go into the theater of the crime, look, and again, let's restrict ourselves to the expose, and look into the expose. The videos that were shown, the places where they go and collect the money are, when you look at them, they are illegal mining places. And then again, the president himself says to us on the day that funds are illegal. So how can you be collecting money from an equipment that government policy says it's illegal? That we all know is illegal. How can you be collecting money from that and not know that that is an illegality? And
so government policy. Did you say government policy or law? Because there are two different
things. There's a law. There's a law even that proscribes funds completely. And then also there's a law that creates the buffer that says that you can't mine close to a water body. There's a law that also says that before you mine, these are the things that you do. And you see, the interesting thing is that these assemblies are the MCE is the chairperson of the district mining committee and the district the district security committee. So definitely, as chairperson of the district mining committee, they know what an illegality is and they know what illegal mining is. And so if they go into the theater of the crime and, go and collect money from that, it's akin, again, the president gave the marijuana situation, but it's akin to a policeman going, or a GRA going into a brothel and seeing, prostitution being practiced and saying that because you are making money from that, I'm collecting money. And we say that that person did not know that the place is going to, it's a brothel and the activity is illegal and collecting money. So what I'm saying is that...
So who do you want to be held liable and how?
So again, well, the point about it is that for all the DCs, the people, again, because if you take the example of Amancia Central, it is there's a person called Red, then you see that has been appointed by the assembly. And who holds ultimate responsibility in that district? It's the DC who has ultimate responsibility in that particular district.
But the DC was implementing a state policy.
No, but Samson, my question again, and I know you are playing your devil's advocate. How can he be implementing a policy for an illegality? So the point is not for him implementing the policy for legal small-scale miners. If it was for legal small-scale miners, that's fine.
So what should happen? What should happen again?
About going, yes.
Say that again. What should happen?
I'm saying if it is for implementing the policy for legal small-scale miners, he goes into a legal small-scale place, and for the various excavators that they have, they collect money for. That's fine. But if it is that he goes into the pit, the theater of a crime, an illegal mining site, or he takes an equipment that government itself has prescribed as a chamfang or the one leg as illegal, and goes to collect money, then then what he's doing is that he's facilitating, as the section of the law I quoted, he's promoting, because once you collect the money from that person, you are telling the person that he should continue using the one leg, he should continue using the chamfang.
So my question to you, Dr. Ashigbe, is what do you say should happen? Just list what you say should happen.
Also, for me, I think the thing that should happen is that immediately these DCs and everybody who is responsible, because you see, we need to communicate the fact that this is an existential threat that is eating us up. This is a particular activity that
you are still not saying what should happen. What should happen?
So they should be prosecuted under this particular law. Let me give you another example. So the FP for Tano, or the DC for Tano, he signed the permit. This one, that purported prospecting permit. He should be held responsible for doing that wrong thing. And I thought the lawyers are the same people that says ignorance of the law is no excuse.
So they should be prosecuted. They should be prosecuted, not that they should be sacked.
The thing that the offense they have committed is beyond an administrative offense. There is a stated law that says that if you facilitate Galamsey, and we know that in these communities, you have complicity of people in power. And you remember that the president himself told us some of his people are involved in this, and we know in the past.
So Dr. Ashigbe, can you imagine if the president is going to sack them? How many DCs are going to be sacked?
You see, but again, Samson, can you imagine that the water you are drinking today, the food that you are eating today, the people who have lost their lives, the young boy who went to KNUST, went home and died in the pit. If that was your child, the woman in Konongo who went for nature's call and died in it.
What I mean to ask you is that, do you appreciate the implication is that the president will need to constitute a completely new set of DCs?
But again, you see, when we consider the fact that we are dealing with something that could take all of us down, then that is a small price to pay. You know what will happen immediately, Samson, when we do that? It sends the right signals to people that we are not going to tolerate this.
The lawyers might tell you that, some lawyer might tell you that if you want to pursue prosecution, you may fail because they are implementing a state policy. It is not their deed. We call it non-ex factum. It's not their deed. They didn't do it.
I don't think that the state policy was for them to go and collect money from an equipment that government itself says illegal.
How do they know that the excavator they are taking the tax from or the Shamfan they are taking the tax from is going to be used for illegal mining. And
no,
not,
but Shamfans are only used for illegal mining if the person is doing mining. So let's forget about your excavator. Let's set your excavator aside. And for the Shamfan, the president has told you that Shamfans are illegal. So for the Shamfans that they've collected money for, they know that. But when they go into the pit and they go to where illegal mining is happening and they collect money from the dead, it's an illegality happening. That is a place that NIMOS will come and arrest people. But they will go there and collect money from. So they know. They knew it before.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Ken Ashigbe. Thanks for your time, for joining us. This whole time will allow us with him. Now let's come to the studio and deal with my guests who are here. And let me this time begin with Eduji.
Yes.
And we're going to be very brief on this subject matter. What do you say? Felix says that because it was widespread and it was a mistake, it's been admitted. So the president said they are to be trained with the right things to do and where not to take tax.
So, Senior, the truth of the matter is that we all do appreciate the work that Joy FM and Joy News did on this particular expose. And I personally commend them for it. I had no idea any of these things existed in those communities. And it's something that is limited to those communities. I know usually when as a DC you take over, you'd want to speak to your predecessor. What were you doing to generate funds internally? And I'm sure the response was that, well, the view was that you could, as it were, take some of these tools on these persons having concessions within your assembly. For me, what is significant in all of this is that immediately Joe FM did the expose, and it came to the attention of the president. He didn't even leave it to the Amancia Central Enclave. He asked that all the mining communities, look at where Amancia is, and look at where Tano and all of those things. He said, look, go and see how widespread this whole thing is. And thankfully, that investigation turned out that it was very widespread. The president says, look, beyond just this expose coming to my attention, I also believe that the end must come. What we cannot say on this platform is that after the president gave this directive that it should stop, the assemblies are still doing it. Then it becomes an issue of defiance. That becomes a grievous matter to be dealt with. I've always appreciated the great advocacy by my senior brother, Dr. Ashigbe, on this issue of Galamsey and how to, and that is why the president, upon assumption of office, had revamped the work of NIMOS. Today, as we speak, over 500 plus Shamfans have been destroyed. And I've always asked the question, can you imagine for a minute having 500 Shamfans on our water bodies as we're having this conversation today? This country would have been like, so the issue of the environmental terrorism associated with Galamsey is a matter that we have all condemned.
Destroying 500 Shamfans means you have actually deprived the assemblies of their tax.
In fact, they should have even been deprived much earlier. Yes. Much earlier. I will not have zero tolerance for these matters. You understand? More importantly, when the president has publicly given an indication his views on Galamsey, his views on some of these matters. You see, and in listening to my senior brother, Dr. Ken Ashigbe, he made the point, particularly about prosecution. Mm-hmm. And I saw that you intervened 1 or 2 times on these matters. You see, the law or the offense-creating portion of the Minerals and Mining Act and its amendment does not create a strict liability offenses. And that is why it uses words like encourage, facilitates, promotes, and others. There's a certain mens rea requirement associated with it.
Mens rea means what?
as an evil mind,
criminal mind,
a criminal enterprise. Okay. You set out a conspiracy, more or less, to do that which is unlawful. On the face of it, why would anybody want to do something unlawful by putting it on paper? Why would anybody want to do something unlawful by acting or going in his official capacity? I mean, it's like the law on...
I told you he's a lawyer of no mean consequence. So if you are taking one of these people to court and you had him to be their lawyer, this is why he's going to tell the court. That's, continue.
Yes. So, like we always say, when you arrest somebody for this dishonest receiving, even the devil cannot see what is in the mind of a person. However, your overt or covert acts, if it's dishonest receiving, the only way I can decipher that this one, you knew that the product is a product of, say, stealing or others. It's a TV that sells for, maybe this phone is selling for 1,000 cedis. You are going to sell it to somebody for 200 cedis. You can read.
Should have known.
You should have known that, why are you suddenly selling something that is 1,000 for 200?
In this case, where you are championing the destruction, demobilization of Shamfans, and then you are the same person who is charging for them, why should we say you were ignorant, you didn't know that
if you look at in terms of mandates, NIMO's mandate is specific. The assemblies and the DCEs are not members of NIMOS.
They don't cooperate with NIMOS?
I don't know, because they are the chair of DISEC.
Exactly, that's what I was coming to.
They are the chair of DISEC.
Every district executive is the chair of the regional district security council.
No, but you see, because of NIMOS operation, NIMOS has realized that, assuming there's an active collaboration between the locals on the activities of Galamsey, if you inform a DCE that we are coming to your zone, he may want to tip people off.
Actually, there was an instance like that.
So what NIMOS has been doing is to operate independent of these assemblies. For me, what is important in all of this conversation, and great respect to Mr. Kenachigbe, is that the president, having been notified of this through the Joy FM work, has taken an active position. And that position is that you cannot do this. It doesn't matter what the justification.
So no sins have been committed, or if sins have been committed, they are forgiven. But if they happen again, then there'll be trouble. Is that it?
Thankfully, we are in the month of Easter. And what is associated with... Oh, Prof, why are you laughing?
I see where you are going with that.
Thank you very much.
we are in the month of, Easter.
All right.
A great time for atonement of sin. The president has intervened and said, look, going forward, don't do this. It has come to my attention you are doing this through the Joy FM expose. Don't do it. Okay. It's different if there's evidence that the president having spoken. There's
thank you. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Sankapon.
Yes, same thing. I mean,
are the Galamsey, anti-Galamsey activists, are they being unreasonable?
No, I don't think they are being unreasonable because of all the devastating effects that this issue of Galamsey poses to all of us. The environmental issues, the health issues, and things like that. So they are not being unreasonable because in their minds, it's like the only thing that can stop this issue, or at least one key thing against this fight, is decisive action, punishment for those who facilitated, those who engage in it, etc., etc. But again, I think you also have to give the president, credit for once attention was drawn to it, asking that, look, take a look, not just in that particular district, other districts, issuing the directive to say, this is not something you can do or should continue. But I'm just hoping that it doesn't end at stop doing this. Hopefully there is active monitoring and enforcement. And if in the course of active monitoring and enforcement, you do notice that there are certain districts that are still being defiant, then yes, you can then sort of charge them with non-compliance and administer all manner of administrative penalties or for sort of not following through with the directive.
You said they are not being unreasonable.
In terms of the anti-Galamsey people?
Yeah, that's all these DCEs. Just sack all of them and start getting them prosecuted.
So the reason I say they are not being unreasonable is that I think when you keep...
The thing has been stopped. And it will not continue further.
Right.
Because it was an oversight, so to speak.
Yes, but I'm also saying that sometimes you can understand these advocates, right, where their context is, this thing is posing a whole lot of risk to society. And so you can see why they would want heavy punishments against any...
But listening to Eduji on the legal front, with the examples he gives,
yes.
I mean, who commits a crime on paper?
Exactly. So that's why I'm saying that now that there's been a directive that, look, this thing that you're doing must stop. I'm hoping that it doesn't just end at that directive. Monitor and ensure that is being complied with. And then if it is not complied with, this time around, you are not even going after them from the perspective of, are you facilitating some criminal activity? But you are going after them on the fact that you have violated or defied, a presidential directive not to engage in this activity.
Okay. Right. Kofi, do you agree from his point of view, the anti-Galamsey crusaders should step back and say, look, allow some moratorium here.
Look,
okay, a reprieve here, an amnesty.
Don't even worry yourself. I'm saying that the CSOs, etc., they are not even doing enough. Why? If there is one thing President Mahama has learned and done very well, it's statecraft, skillful coordination of state affairs, optics. President Mahama, in the last 8 years when he was home, probably went to a university or pursued a degree in optics. This is a president who said that he is going to arrest campaigns and get rid of campaigns because they are the cause of Galamsey.
This is campaign.
Has a single campaign been arrested?
What are you saying?
Are
we not in court?
Listen, Wontumi, Mahama went after Wontumi in his first Mahama term. That is not an issue. That's not even a good example. Let's not even bring it. The point is, President Mahama said, we will end Galamsey because we shouldn't focus on the small boys. We should focus on the kingpins. A year and 3 months in government, not a single kingpin. Guess what? Erastus has helped him. Who the kingpins are? Naimos has helped him. Who the kingpins are? Then we wake up and the president comes to tell us.
His party executives have been named. He has asked them to be investigated.
Please, let me finish. They are all kingpins. Have they been arrested? Then we wake up and the president tells us, my party people are involved. Do you know what's even funny? The president said, when it comes to Galamsey, anytime a government comes into power, that government's people then become the campaigns of the Galamsey.
You're speaking the facts.
Yes. So what it means is that when he was in opposition, he knew. Because he's been president before. He knew that under him, NDC campaigns were doing Galamsey. Yet, he pontificated, as pious as he is, and created the impression that party people only got involved in Galamsey under Akufo-Addo. Such a lie. Is President Mahama telling us that he only found out last week that NDC campaigns are doing Galamsey? Is that what President Mahama is telling us? The person who gets national security briefing every day is telling us he found out last week?
You are saying the DCE should be sacked in fact?
No, I am saying that the president has failed.
How?
His fight against Galamsey is a disgrace. Please, let me talk.
How?
I am saying that President Mahama is clothed with all the apparatus to fight Galamsey, and he has failed woefully.
That's a general subject.
No, I'm coming there. Why wouldn't the DCs do it? Because the president himself told us at the Meet the Press that there is benefit in getting money or revenue from Galamsey money.
You are forgetting that this tax,
do you remember
according
what
to the
Kojo
president,
Jansen
this
asked,
tax
please,
predates this government.
Do you remember what Kojo Jansen asked the president? And the president had the effrontery. He didn't even have the decency. Respectfully, Mr. President. And the president told us that there is nothing wrong if we benefit from Galamsey money.
I suspect respectfully that you have detected yourself that you used the wrong expression.
And that's why I said respectfully.
You are changing it.
That's why I said respectfully.
All right.
So the point
Maybe you
is,
can recall and apologize.
The point is, no, I just said respectfully. Mato Sebi, Yentuaso. The point is, why wouldn't the DCs do it? Because the president has set example.
And I'm saying
that you can benefit from Galamsey money.
Are you
Samson,
ignoring the fact?
Samson, do you know?
Are you ignoring the fact, as the president says, that this was going on? It's not that it started in his regime. The DCs were already
Samson,
doing it.
I just told you earlier that for the first time in the history of this republic, a candidate made himself holier than thou and said that Ghana is so bad, I am going to reset it.
You are still yet to recover. And
we are going to reset it.
I mean,
and that president fails to reset, and we are being quoted previous examples.
Are they not valid?
We are being quoted previous examples.
In this situation, we are not talking about previous examples. So he's saying that this tax for Galamsey predates the DCs.
I know what you are saying, and I'm saying that as part of the reset, the very day they set their foot in the office, they should have done away with it. Why? Are there not laws?
He's becoming aware now.
Are there not laws that are on the books but not implemented? So assuming that it's even a tax on the books. There are even taxes that are
he's saying that the expose by Joy News has brought it to his attention. It was only one district, and the expose, the investigation.
I will tell you this,
and then it affects all Galamsey, all mining communities. And he says, I have ordered that it should be stopped now.
I am telling you categorically.
And go forward.
I'm telling you categorically. As I speak here, Honorable Akwa just sent me a dossier.
Who is Honorable Akwa?
Honorable Akwesi Akwa just sent me a dossier of petitions he has sent to the Jubilee House on this tax issue before you expose.
Who is Akwesi Akwa?
Oh, I just told you, Honorable Akwesi Akwa. He sent me the dossier. I have it here.
Who is he? I just want to identify him.
Oh, MP. The MP.
My viewers are watching and listening.
Let me. Okay. Let me.
Not everybody does.
I thought maybe
he's an ex-official member of the Assembly. He benefited from those monies on projects.
Honorable Alexander Akwesi Akwa.
Yes, he was an ex-official member of the Assembly. And when they were taking all this money, he was receiving it.
Sorry, hold on.
He was receiving the money. He was receiving some of the monies on Assembly project. Is he not an ex-official member? Did he ever question it as an MP?
Thank you.
Yes. He couldn't have even written a petition.
He has written on the seal, parliamentary seal to the president. So the president knew about the taxes.
The taxes.
Because he says
when did he write?
In his constituency.
When did he write?
Oh, several.
No, when?
Oh, I can give you one.
So the first letter.
So this one is this one. I don't know if he sent it in order, but this particular one is November 3rd, 2025.
2025.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying that he sent several.
Okay. But the president has now actioned this. He's happy.
Something. I'm saying that the Honorable is telling us that before your expose, he had written to the president. Okay? He had written to the president. Now, let me come to the CEOs. Samson, you're good friends.
Okay.
My very good friend here. You're good friends.
And you need to pause in the next minute. You have done more than anybody has done.
So not fair.
See, let me tell you.
Even if he gives all the time.
Hold on.
If he gives you all the time, you do the same.
Hold on. I don't like doing this, but I want you to know that we said we're going to speak to this briefly. So far, you are the only one who has spoken for almost 8 minutes. Nobody has done close to that. 15 minutes on this subject. We haven't done 15 minutes on this subject.
Let me wrap up.
Yes.
Let me wrap up. Your friend Senyor Hosi sat in this studio and said Akufo-Addo is a disgrace.
Wow.
That if we don't end Galamsey like now, even water that we are going to drink will be a problem.
He said words about Mahama on this subject.
The point is this. The CSOs knew that at the time they were doing the Galamsey advocacy, 4 months to the election, they knew Oliver Vomawo, they knew that they were doing it to the benefit of a political party. And that is why we are struggling to stop this.
So Joy FM is doing this for your benefit.
Because
is that what you are saying?
All right, thank you.
This is,
yes.
How can you?
Let's hear Kobna now.
Independent-minded.
Let's hear Kobna now.
Independent-minded.
Let's hear Kobna now.
This is what frustrates me about
I'm even more frustrated than
you
you
politicians.
No.
Wait,
I'm frustrated than you.
No.
Look,
you, when your president
when you go to Osino,
you are taking my time. I can help myself.
Stop heckling.
See, when your president was in government, he told us that he's putting his government on the line.
Yeah, but do you know about the research? What
did he do?
But you voted for research.
So please,
you voted for research.
You don't have the moral right.
Who doesn't have a moral right?
You don't.
The president who has failed even has a moral right.
Let me do some public education.
The president who has failed even has a moral right to speak.
Let me do some public education. I like to deal with the principles. See. And I'm starting from where you came from, that we won't get water to drink.
Yeah.
So for the education of the public, a water table forms, and I did a bit of geography so I can explain geomorphology. A water table forms when you hit a bed of impervious rock, impermeable rock. So the water collects on it. Now, depending on the elevation, it begins to move. If there's no elevation, it sits. It becomes a water table that is sitting. But if there's an elevation, it moves. And it moves from one end downstream. Now, the problem we have now is that as people keep doing illegal mining and minerals and chemicals keep seeping through the ground, they will go and hit the water table. And whatever is being done in Amansie or Tafu or Tano would end up coming downstream to Accra. Now, our vegetables that we are producing will become laden with chemicals.
Bro, we know
our water,
we know all
if we know all of this, it means that we are living with an existential threat. Please let me make my point. You have spent your time. Let me make my point. No, let me make my point. We are living with an existential threat. Now, today, this week, the water sachet producers said they have increased the price of water sachet. A bag has gone to 10 cedis. Imported water, for the likes that the high society people like the politicians can afford to buy, is Voss.
I can't afford, please.
Voss is 35 cedis for a bottle.
Inspect your car now.
A bottle is less than a liter.
The imported water.
And it is 35 cedis. So a time is going to come that we can't drink our water because all our water bodies will be polluted.
I invite you to get specific to this issue. Specific to this issue, are the anti-Galamsey CSOs being unreasonable in their demand?
How are they being unreasonable? They are looking at the existential threat we are facing, and they are calling people in power, and they are holding them to account.
And the president said we have stopped
that they should do.
It was happening, but we have stopped.
The president, and honestly speaking, he's a fantastic communicator. And just as he's done with the procurement issue, he's done the same with this one. He knows what to say,
optics,
when to say it, and how to say it, to make him look good.
It's not fair to suggest that he's being insincere
but
when he says
he is
we
a
have stopped
communicator,
this and we are making sure it doesn't continue.
He is practicing his profession.
It's unfair. It's unfair to the president.
Very well. If he wants to show to us that he means it. You see, last week I made mention of 2 schools of thoughts when it comes to this.
No, what should you do? Continue there. If he wants to show to us, he said it's been stopped. It will not continue anymore.
Number one,
unless you have evidence that it in fact has not been stopped.
It is deliberate because people are using it to make money, to generate revenue.
For the assemblies.
For the assemblies. So it is not a mistake.
And the money is
deliberate. The other side is that it could be ignorance, but I say it is not ignorance because ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Now the DCEs are the chairpersons of the district security committees.
Yeah.
So they know.
So what should
happen? Now, the law must be made to work.
But Samson, look at this picture.
So if they have to be sacked, my brother, they must be sacked. Let me finish making my point.
On the Osino stretch, they are fabricating the washers right on the street.
Ghana is replete with laws.
Right.
Because
until we start making our laws work,
when I'm going to Taboom, on the roadside,
thank you very much.
I'm fine.
It's your government.
Yes, no now. 8 years ago. 8 years ago,
the nano liquid technology that was supposed to cost us $35 million just for the Brim River. Is it going to happen to clean the Brim River?
I think on this platform, I think with humility, I wish to say that my competencies do not stretch to such, vast matters. Understand? I am completely incompetent.
Were you a road expert?
Challenge to her.
Were you a road expert
on Facebook?
Were you a road expert? Were you a road expert?
Why are you intimidating me on this?
Because it is.
Were you a road expert?
It's a no-brainer.
You
already spent some money to do the trial, right?
On this it is another venue for procurement to happen.
on this verse,
it is not possible.
Okay, all right.
First issue,
all right.
The nanotechnology. I have to say that I'm incompetent.
I like your admission. Just close.
This one. Okay, somebody says trust Eduji. Trust. He said you can't trap him. Anyway, thank you also very much, Godwin Eduji Tameklo. Eduji Tameklo is lawyer and chief executive officer of the National Petroleum Authority (NPA). Kobna Atabedu is management consultant and procurement specialist. Kofi Tonto is National Communications member of the New Patriotic Party. He's been on fire this morning. Dr. John Osai Kwapong, Director, Quality Assurance and Institutional Effectiveness, Ashesi University, and fellow with the Ghana CDD Ghana. Engineer Kenneth Ashigbe joined us a while ago, convener, Media Coalition Against Illegal Mining. He's also with the Ghana Coalition Against Illegal Mining. Thank you, Tahiru. Thank you, lead editor, Joy Sport. Ernest Thompson, the legendary Ernest Thompson, former member GFA and member National Sports Funds, should join us to talk about Otto Addo and how we go to the World Cup. We'll be right back.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Discover Willow Lane in Sakumono, one of Ghana's most prime community. These expertly designed 4-bedroom homes feature a private elevator, 4 ensuite bedrooms, private balconies, walk-in closets, and a gourmet kitchen and a maid's quarters. Perfect for families, executives, investors, and retirees, our community offers a swimming pool, playground, and 3-tier security for your peace of mind. Experience the ultimate in comfort, convenience, and community here at Willow Lane, Sakumon. Visit waylead.org or call 0240-111119 or 0308-040500 to book your tour today. Waylead, your trusted home builder.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, strong, tough.
Welcome to Malcolm, where shopping is a musical experience for all generations. Grannies, let's roll it back.
Malcolm got now we did for you. Malcolm's got it all for me and you. Life made so easy, lemon squeezy, shopping made easy. Sometimes money day, sometimes some way out of budget. Malcolm easy. The price is right.
The price is right.
The price is nice.
The price is nice.
Fresh with the vibes, unbeatable. Do the price they fight.
Do the price they fight.
Your number one stop shop, number one. Your number one stop shop, Malcolm. Malcolm got now we did for you. Malcolm's got it all for me and you.
No matter the generation you belong to, Malcolm is where Ghana shops.
Bring back home the experience.
Bring home the experience.
For the past 15 years, St. Thomas Eye Hospital has been setting the pace in Ghana's eye care landscape. In 2011, we became one of the first hospitals to introduce modern phaco surgeries, commonly called laser cataract surgeries, to Ghana. In 2013, again, we became the first eye hospital to start advanced retina detachment surgeries, macular hole surgeries, and other complex vitreoretinal procedures using the MIVS surgical approach. This year, we have set a new pace in glaucoma care with the launch of our advanced Twin Star SLT-YAG combo laser, giving the glaucoma patients enhanced options in managing their conditions. We are a premier ophthalmic group practice with 11 specialist eye surgeons working together and leveraging technology to advance eye care in Ghana. We have 4 branches in Accra, Tema, and Kumasi. You may call us on 024-686-6580 or visit our website at www.stthomaseyehospital.com. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in eye care.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson, Asamo.
Me didn't tum. Mr. Femi Kalika, just call me cockroach. Now, Mr. Femi once now.
Hey, is that you? Impruka. Yeah. Captain Mosquito, double the action.
Sasso spray. Mr. Femi Sasso quell. Yeah, go to my
Sasso, come on, Tom Preco.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Fernart Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernart, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernart Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303-966-085 or 055-278-4097. Think wood, think Fernart.
In Ghana,
Our gold is more than a resource, it's our pride. And at Gold Board Jewelry, we celebrate that pride every day with craftsmanship that reflects who we are as Ghanaians. Introducing the Gold Board Jewelry Gold Tablet. Pure, certified, proudly Ghanaian gold. The best part, when you buy a Gold Board Jewelry tablet, you own it. You keep your gold with you, not with us. It's more than a jewelry. It's a smart investment for every Ghanaian who wants to secure their future. Gold Board Jewelry Gold Tablet. Own your gold. Own your future.
Did you know that laser can be used to help diagnose and treat your glaucoma? You can have modern cataract surgery like those done in Europe and America right here at the St. Thomas Eye Hospital. You can have modern phaco cataract surgery, retina detachment surgery, macular hole, and all kinds of laser surgeries done right here in Ghana. TMC or SUSU. But it's just to tell you, St. Thomas Eye Hospital provides total eye care for you and your family in a serene environment with world-class equipment. Visit St. Thomas Eye Hospital's Surgical Center at Mathaheko or their Oxford Street branch. I say, Anyway, Yentong, St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in eye care.
The journey to the World Cup 2026 has begun. Over 200 people have already secured their 2026 World Cup experience with Adansi Travels. Visa appointments are being secured. Match ticket processes are underway. The question is simple. Will you be watching from your living room or inside the stadium? From one match to 2 to 3 unforgettable moments. Here is your moment to be part of history. Because when the world gathers in USA and Canada, you don't want to say, well, I almost went. Call Adansi Travels now on 059-550-0817 or 053-100-8550. Joy is here. Choose yours now.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. My guests are here in the studio, and we are being joined by your sports people, the people you love in the world of sports, joining to help us shape this conversation about the Black Stars. In the meantime, let me let you understand that we're waiting for a feed from Kwau for the Business Forum. Once we get that feed, I'm sorry, but the show will be truncated once we get a feed from Kwau for the Business Forum. So joining us now, I said the legendary Ernest Thompson, former member, GFA, and member, National Sports Fund. Fentio Tahiru Fentio, lead editor, Joy Sports. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us.
For having me. Something. Good to see you.
Great. Oh, I love the fact that, you know, I'm hosting you, Fentio. To be frank with you, I'm struck, yeah? So you have been nosing around. I saw you trying to peep into even the hotel when the sacking had happened, and the mood of Otto Addo and so on. What do you say? Some say this is good omen. Some say, is it bad rubbish?
Yeah, very interesting times, isn't it? Obviously, the sack happened on Monday night around 2 a.m., I believe, because when we got back from the game in Stuttgart, Otto Addo's entire family had traveled all the way from Hamburg to see him lead out Ghana against a team and the country that birthed him. And it wasn't just his immediate family, his wife and children, but there were other people from his community in Hamburg, where he was born and raised, that made the short trip, about 4-hour train ride to Stuttgart to see him lead Ghana out. And to be fair to him, obviously that game ended 2-1 in favor of the Germans, but while it was a defeat, it wasn't as embarrassing as the one we saw against Austria, and they would have felt some pride, and that's what we saw in their faces in the hotel lobby as they waited for Otto Addo to come down. And he must have told them he's been summoned into a meeting upstairs on the 9th floor of the hotel, the Radisson Blu Hotel building, and that meeting was attended by the sports minister, the GFA president, and other executive committee members of the Ghana Football Association. And a few hours later, Otto Addo re-emerged from the meeting to announce to his entire family that was waiting before him to celebrate with him for leading Ghana out against Germany that he had just lost his job. And that's the brutal nature of this particular work. And, you rightly mentioned all the questions around the timing. I can tell you for a fact that it really did not matter what happened in that game against Germany, whether win or defeat. Otto Addo was always going to get sacked. In fact, the decision to sack Otto Addo was made after the Austria game. It was the trigger, and they were just waiting to communicate with him or to him the decision that they had taken. And it really didn't matter what had happened in Germany match. It was always going to get fired. And, it wasn't just the fact that he lost the game. He also lost the plot, according to many. And there are so many people that believe that Otto Addo actually should have lost his job the moment he failed to qualify Ghana for the AFCON in 2025. So it's probably, there are many people that believe that this sacking came maybe 1 year too late, and that Otto Addo should have been sacked the moment he failed to qualify Ghana for the AFCON. But there's never a right time to sack a coach.
Because people are asking, what are the odds? Because 69 days to the World Cup. This doesn't look good. You don't think so?
I mean, that's the point I was making, Samson. I don't think there's ever a right time to sack a coach. In fact, Côte d'Ivoire sacked the coach mid-tournament after losing their first 2 games at home. In the tournament they were hosting, and somehow still ended up going all the way to the final and winning the tournament. The famous Morocco coach, Walid Regragui, who took them all the way to the semi-finals of the World Cup, he took over about 90 days to the start of the World Cup, and also went all the way to the semi-finals and made history. I think that the GFA and the ministry were stuck in a situation where they deemed Otto Addo's tenure as certain failure. And so it's like your brakes failing on the highway and you deciding that I'm going to jump out of this car or I'm just going to sit in it and throw my arms in the air. And I think the GFA and the ministry have decided, let's jump out of this Otto Addo car and try to wrestle the situation. So whatever happens now, I think a lot will be dependent on what happens in the next 2 weeks. Bottom line is, whoever they bring in, I think we have lost every right to complain about how the tournament goes in the end. I think that if what the GFA and the ministry have done, they've saved themselves a lot of blame by sacking Otto Addo. Because trust me, Samson, it doesn't matter which coach they bring in. If that coach goes to the World Cup and doesn't do well, plays 3 matches out of the competition, come back home, it's hard to place the blame at the doorstep of the coach or at the doorstep of the GFA, because
we have always known the other side of the argument, that it's not really about the coaches, but it may be about building a team that is formidable, and you need time to do that. We appear to be impatient.
That is true. We need time. And I think, to be fair to the GFA, that's what they try to do with Otto Addo. Otto Addo is the most backed Ghana coach we've had in the last 7 years, if I'm not mistaken. Because there's no other Ghana coach who would have survived a sacking if they failed to qualify for the AFCON. But the GFA stuck with him, and they thought, okay, you know what? Maybe he's shown some signs. We can't just chop and change. So let's keep him. And to his credit, he did recover to qualify for the World Cup. However, we limped our way to the World Cup qualification. He's still qualified nonetheless, and then he loses 4 games in a row. And it almost feels as if they don't think that Otto Addo is the man to take us into the future. And it's not, I don't think Otto Addo's sacking at the moment had anything to do with the results per se. It had a lot more to do with the direction with which he was taking the team. Because at this level of national team football, you don't necessarily just need a coach, you need a manager. Someone that can manage ego, someone that can manage environment, someone that will understand the nuances.
And Otto Addo cannot do that.
Team performs. And Otto, I don't think Otto had that. If you look at the plethora of mistakes that Otto made during his tenure, you just understand that he just didn't have a certain nuance of management. I think he was more technical, treated everything more like a German, rather than understanding the nuances that it takes.
But he's not alone. He has an assistant, doesn't he?
As complicated and as complex as Ghana.
He's got an assistant. Why do we blame him for everything then?
That is a fair point. But what is the technical news of these assistants? Otto Addo had assistants that also didn't have as much experience as he does. So, in situations where you put a novice coach in charge, sometimes you need to put a lot more experience behind him to support him. If you look at Otto Addo's assistant coaches, none of them had any experience at the highest level of coaching. So I'm talking John Pinsel, who had never handled a national team coaching job before, or you have a certain under-20 coach that has been brought in, Desmond Ofair, who had also never managed at the highest level before. So there was some sort of experience lacking in the entire technical bench. And so all of that contributed to Otto Addo's failure. But you do make a brilliant point, something. I need to make this point about the fact that it's not just all at the doorsteps of the coach. I think as a country, we have failed consistently over the years in building a structure and a system that supports success. And this is what I mean by that. Listen, if you look at the current national team that we have, to be fair, we've had 7, we're now on the hunt for our 7th national team coach since 2019. And yet the results have only worsened. Chris Heaton had a win percentage of 30%. Otto Addo's first term, 33%. His second term, 36%. CK Akono, 40%. So we've not had a coach who has been able to even win at 50% success rate. What that tells you is that while the personnel at the helm have changed, the results have continuously remained abysmal. Why is that? The answer is simple. We've only tried over the years to select our way to chemistry, select our way to consistency, and select our way to cohesion. And national team football is not done like that. You can't select cohesion, you build it. We have not built. The current national team that we have, Samson, we only have 2 players who have ever played for our youth teams. Kudus Mohammed at under 17 and Fatah Isahaku at under 20. You look at the template of all the national teams that we've had that have been successful, especially in recent years. A lot of them have been built from under 17, under 20. They've built chemistry, cohesion, and all of that. They've been teammates for the odd part of maybe 10, 15 years. That's how you build cohesion.
Hold on. Let me go to Ernest Thompson, the legendary Ernest Thompson, and I mean that because as Fentio is speaking, something is ringing in my head. Listening to the Ernest Thompsons, do they speak or they sing? Hi, Ernest Thompson.
Hi, Thompson.
Good to have you.
I know why you are laughing.
Right. So 69 days. Fentio says that, well, there's precedent to show that even in the midst of the game, a coach can be axed, and that will not be what will spell the doom of the team. In our situation, what do you say?
Should I say good morning to all of you in the studio, and good morning to your viewers and listeners. I think I agree with him. I mean, it's no big deal at all. In fact, we've done it so many times. Coaches are even changed in the course of the tournament. Right. The important thing is to know what you are going for. And once you get it right, there's nothing to worry about.
So, from what you see, where we have come from, is there something to worry about?
Oh, not really. I mean, what we need to concentrate on is to focus on who we are bringing. And of course, the process to bring the person. To me, the process is extremely important because I know what goes into appointing coaches.
Yeah, your voice goes very far. So tell us, aside being in this place,
I know what goes into.
No. What I mean is that your voice goes far. Your voice carries weight from where you are coming from, not as a manager, also with your legal background and all that you have done in this area. Those who are doing this job should be listening to you. What should the process be like?
I must say that I've had some few discussions with my colleagues on the FA, and my advice to them is that we've done it before. They shouldn't take the decision alone. You call a meeting and you invite some few experts or doyens in the football administration to join you at the meeting. You discuss issues with them, open up to them, show them CVs and listen to their advice. Yiti Mensah did it under Jaula when I was on the FA. Ben Kofi did it. Right. Show them everything. I mean, you got people, sports journalists who are at a very high level. Right. We did this some years back. We met at the FA and then they advised. But the GFA will have to take the final decision. That process is extremely important. They shouldn't be group cohesive. They shouldn't just go and sit down as a group of 6 or 10 GFA members and take a decision for the whole country. You should get it right. And to get it right, you need to consult. You need to open up. Right. Of course, you can't listen to anybody, but they should invite some few people to join them in taking the decision. I've given that advice to Kate. I think he agrees, but I don't know what they are going to do.
Okay, good to know about that. What do you say? People have concerns that, and always when we are removing them this way, it comes at a cost. Otto Addo, as we understand, we are supposed to pay some $500,000 compared to what others may have received.
Basically, it's unfortunate, but that's the nature of the game. You have to take a decision and then pay for it. It's just a matter of contract, right? We all don't want that, but that's the nature of coaching. I tell you, nobody can predict when a coach can succeed. At times, they will succeed. You've seen even high-level coaches move to other teams and they failed, and you have to tell it. It's unfortunate, but let's take it as a sunk cost. And then let's move ahead.
Is there not something to say about how we enter into these contracts that we end up paying so much when they get dismissed?
If that is the case, then we all have to take the blame for it. What we wanted was what we were given. Remember that at a point in time, right, I was on the FE. I know the process would lead to the appointment of Kwesi Appiah. There's a lot of interference from everywhere. Right. When it came to Otto Addo, we said we wanted, we should give the post to him. Right. You see, we should just give Otto Addo. So we all took the decision. So we just have to bear it. Right. I mean, at that time, if the FA had not agreed to Otto Addo, how many people would have agreed to Otto Addo? They would have been so. So we just take the responsibility for it. Right.
How quick should we have this done in the new appointment?
Oh, it shouldn't take long. I mean, the experience there, Kate is there, Prosper is there, Randy is there. These are people who work with us, they work on us, and they shouldn't take long at all.
Is it not when we get into these rash decisions that we don't get the right thing?
That's why I'm saying that depending on the process they use, if they call some few people to sit down to discuss the issue with them, right, and then they take a decision, that will not be a rush. And of course, I mean, when you discuss it, you move it a little bit higher, right? You have to consult the presidency. That's the truth of the matter. You have to consult the minister, discuss issues with them. And they say, okay, let's go, you just go.
Okay.
Let's go on. Pray too much also on the past. Let's look at the way forward. We don't have the luxury of time.
All right. Is there any other thing you want to say to help my guests as they begin the discussion in the studio? Those without the football sort of expertise, even though we understand in this country we are supposed to be 35 million coaches.
I think let's bear in mind something. The World Cup is a different stage. It's not like African Cup. It's not like the qualifier. It's a very big stage. If you've ever been there, you, the coach, will be standing on the touchline, you'll be talking, and the players cannot hear you. They don't even know what you are talking about. Coaches get confused when the tournament is going on. I can give you examples, but I don't want to be personal. I've been to all the World Cups. I was in Brazil, and we all saw what happened to our coach. You get me? I've seen the coach standing on the touchline during the World Cup, right? And it was very cold. He just had a shirt on. When the weather changed, it was very sunny. He went to put on a coat. That means that the coach himself is confused. I've seen the coach made changes in the course of the match. After the match, when we spoke to him, he was confused. He thought it was a different player. But please, it is not an easy stage. The pressure there is very, very high. That's the first point I want to make. So let's not confuse the two stages. Number two, we need to take a decision.
Go ahead.
We need to take a decision whether we want a coach for the short term to finish the World Cup, or want a coach who will take us beyond the World Cup. Because normally after the World Cup, we start a process of qualifying again. And bear in mind that the national team, again, it's not like a Premier Team league which is training every day. Most of our players are outside, so they are only available for some short time. And we need to take a decision what we want to do. Left to me alone, I would prefer that we take a coach who will take us to the end of the World Cup. Then we sit down and speak.
Fentio spoke about a part of that when I asked the question, when we are doing Frefre Kobo all the time, and we are not taking people that we are grooming locally, who are getting stamina and building, as it were, building camaraderie, building friendship. We are trying to, he used a certain expression for it, and you can't do that. You have to build it. Cohesion. You build cohesion. You don't do something. He said, very nice way of presenting it.
You don't select your way.
You don't select cohesion. Yes, you build it.
You see, because of the peculiar situation we find ourselves in and the legal implications, we're going to do contracts and the rest. I will not advise that we go for a long-term contract now. I can tell you that the agents who are bringing the coaches are going to fight for a long-term stability. But there are legal implications of that, especially when you terminate, anything goes wrong, you terminate. The unexpired period will come to collect more money. To be on the safe side, let's put money in there. That's my third point. We should be able to sacrifice. If we want to reach the top, let's go for the best that we can get. It's not a matter of, it's a Ghanaian, give the coach to a Ghanaian, or ethnocentric, I'm an Ashanti, I want an Ashanti, or I'm a Ghana, I want a Ghana coach, and the rest. Let's go for the best now, what you can, and let's sacrifice. Something, I was telling some friends yesterday that maybe it's a little bit on the light side. If we can buy 100 buses from Egypt, right, we are going for a foreign bus, isn't it?
Yeah.
We could have given them. We could have given them money to also for Kantaka. We didn't go for a local bus. When it comes to sports, we keep on dilly-dallying, playing with the thing, playing politics and the rest. I'll give you a story. I was with Abraham Grant. I met him at Wimbledon, and he told me that, look, you need to know exactly what you want to do. You need to know what you want to do, right? What type of coach you want. Otherwise, we'll always be changing, right? And I sat in the meeting, which appointed Kwesi Appiah, and I know where the order came from. But we all knew, I'm telling you the truth, we all knew when we were going to Brazil that Kwesi Appiah was not ready for the job. And it turned out there. Because you remember in South Africa, he could not control his camp. He then went to Brazil, and then another problem happened in the camp again. About players saying that you need money before you play.
Yeah.
A certain type of coach leading you You dare not.
Right.
I'll tell you something. Avram Grant, chef from Bonsa, the owner of Alisa, Abu Al-Hassan is dead. He decided that he will not fill Parasi because Parasi had done something. We moved all the way to Alisa to go and beg him. He told us point blank, I will not let him play. I'm the coach. And he dropped Parasi. Milo, if you remember, go back to South Africa. The great Stephen Appiah was a reserve. Mutari was a reserve. And he said he will not go with Larry Kingston because Larry had misbehaved over an issue. We begged, he said, no way. Milo succeeded.
Instilling discipline.
Discipline. And that discipline, I tell you, you need a certain stature of a coach.
All right.
Who can tell you if it is this, it is that. So these are some of the few issues I would like to raise.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ernest Thompson. And thank you. In some 30 seconds, someone wants me to ask you this question. That Otto Addo has complained about, motivation, issues with salary that he's even owed. And it does look like we don't take good care of them, and that's part of the problem. And if we're going for someone else, we should be ready to pay. Put our money where our mouth is.
Yes, absolutely.
You know what, Samson? I think I'm seeing the face of Edu G there, my younger brother there. Nobody can tell me that in this country, we don't have money to do certain things. We have money to do a lot of things. But when it comes to sports, you get me, at times we dilly-dally. But we want the best. But let's remember that it's the only thing which unites us.
Right.
When we win, you see, even if we are suffering from high petrol prices and we are suffering, once we win matches, everybody's happy.
All right.
Let's go and put the money in.
Yeah.
The president has taken a step. He has formed a sports fund. Countries which started a sports fund, Egypt and Kenya, look at where they are now.
All right.
Right.
Thank you. So that question was directed at you, thank you. So quickly in 30 seconds, then I come to the studio. I have very limited time to hear from, sometimes you'll be surprised what you hear from the people you say they are non-experts.
Yeah, I agree with Senior Ernest Thompson. It's very important to take care of our coaches. And the problem we have is that we have a certain budget that we've earmarked for paying coaches. And that budget is not enough to pay for the top coaches around the world. So what we pay for is what we usually get. In the end, we usually get mediocre coaches or coaches that are washed up. The highest paid coach we've ever had is Avram Grant, and then Otto Addo, $50,000 US. And even with that, so many people were crying and they owed him for several months. And that's the problem. The top coaches around the world earn in excess of $150,000 US a month, $200,000, $250,000. So if we want absolute top coaches, we need to be ready to pay. The other thing that I would say is this, that at the heart of most of our problems is policy. And I'm glad that there are politicians sitting on the table, and this should help them, my brother Eduji and all the other people on the table. It doesn't matter who is in charge. And Samson, this is the issue. The government must take a massive interest in sports development in the country. And that interest has to come with financial commitment. Why is it that we just created a sports fund only a few weeks ago? And when you look at how much the sports fund has raised, it's close to nothing compared to after World Cup qualification. We did a whole fundraiser to raise $30 million to sponsor supporters to go to the World Cup and support the Black Stars. And yet, the money, the fund that is supposed to go into general sports development doesn't even have up to $1 million as we speak. Where is our priority? This whole idea of consumption economy when it comes to everything, we have to get rid of it. Right. We all wait. We don't invest in the sport. We don't invest in the talent development. And then when the talent struggle their way to qualification, we turn around with these rambunctious attempts at raising money and taking supporters to the World Cup. I'm not against that. But the foundation, the very reason for which we are going to the World Cup, we need to take care of that. Let's invest in grassroots development. It's the only way.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Tahiru. Thank you, and Ernest Thompson, the legendary Ernest Thompson. So I'm starting with you again deliberately, because many times we know that we're looking at MPA, GMPC, they are looking for money. They are saying, put your money there.
Samson, I remember vividly when the fundraising, the pressure, to help coordinate different, groups of people, to help with the fundraising. What I can say is that I listened to the perspective by my respected senior, Ernest Thompson, and remember him, talking point failed. I mean, growing up, there were the very few people that we always looked up on the television. That said,
he used to host sports as well.
Exactly. So usually he, Kwabna J. Japan, and Yebua. What's the name? Yebua. These three, you can never take sports away. They have sat in the boardrooms where the critical decisions have to be taken, whether it's about appointment of coach, whether it's even which player comes on the field at what time. So they have always had a better perspective on this issue. At a personal level, I felt, maybe we should allow Otto to maybe give him enough time, but this time around, straight KPIs on the World Cup and say, listen, you have this World Cup, you qualified us, but in terms of the World Cup itself, we're going to give you specific KPIs. If you don't deliver, there are 3 group matches we're going to play. These 3 group matches, this is your performance rate we expect. If you don't do an objective standard, if you fail to achieve that, we'll part ways with you. I mean, the situation where he calls his family from Hamburg, they come to Stuttgart, and after everything, he's even old, I'm told, in terms of salary and others. And in the midst of everything, he's at a personal level, I do not think so. But like I said, it is people's responsibility.
I can imagine the mental torture for the family coming to enjoy with him. But Fentio tells you that that decision was not taken there. No. That decision had long been taken.
So even the point I'm even making is that...
And as an experienced coach, when he would know that his days were numbered.
Senior, I say this. You see, on this platform, if you talk anything about President Mahama, I'll defend. If you say anything about former President Addo, Kofi will defend. But when you talk anything about the coach, nobody will defend. And so there's a coalition of the willing in terms of both NDC, MPP, or whoever, on our national team coaches. The criticism is always brutal, with nobody in your corner. Unlike even political leadership where the responsibility is even higher. The point I'm just trying to underscore is the fact that we have a national team coach, a national team. We are going into a major tournament like the World Cup. You're not going to entertain inexperience. You're not going to entertain incompetence. You do not want to achieve certain results. You don't want to see Ghana, for whatever it's worth, we built a certain reputation for ourselves. I think the World Cup where is it Ecuador?
Ecuador was a junior team.
No. There was this World Cup where the guys stopped the ball right in the goalpost.
Oh yeah, the Suarez.
That's South Africa World Cup.
That's South Africa World Cup.
Exactly. Look at the point where we got to. So Ghana has built for itself a certain reputation when it comes to football at the global stage. I think it's a record that we can maintain. So we obviously need a coach going into the World Cup itself who will give us a certain level of, excitement. Like Sencho said, and my senior Ernest also pointed out, when it comes to football, no NDC, no MPP. The excitement is wow.
Okay.
And I remember even the last game against Germany, I took time to watch everything. At least I saw a marked improvement compared to the Austrian game.
Okay.
The understanding I'm getting is that the decision to, as it were, part ways with him was decided. And so even if we have won against Germany, it looks like
was likely to happen.
The going was going to go.
Yes, Dr. Sankapong, what do you say? What do you say about his sacking and our chances going forward?
You know, we like to win.
I'm sure many of your friends are already booking space in your home in the US, so they will come stay and watch the football.
We like to win, and so when that winning doesn't come, it starts creating doubts about...
You heard the Speaker of Parliament. This is not Ghana.
Precisely. And especially if you think back...
Speaker, I listened to him and you could see the pain.
I mean, if you think back to our South Africa World Cup performance especially, it created a new level of expectation that we can compete and compete very well. So when a coach is not giving you that confidence that we can compete very well at that global stage, it becomes worrying. I just hope that between now and when there is a new coach and we get ready to go, it doesn't dampen morale, that, they will still be able to generate that excitement around the team, that Ghanaians would still rally around, the Black Stars, and we can only just, wish them well, because again, the time is close, and I just hope that whoever is appointed would meet the criteria that our senior Ernest Thompson and Fintrio were talking about, so that at least we can have a decent tournament performance.
Are you that hopeful, Kofi?
Well, I used to be deeply involved in football. Ghana Web had a section on football. I don't know if any of you used to be on that discussion platform. I was on it for over 10 years, discussing football on a daily basis. It became a passion. In fact, up to today, I'm very close friends with some very high-profile people. You'll be surprised, they were all on that platform. And all we did on that discussion platform was to talk about football. Ghana Web had different sections, but ours was just the football.
Right.
And then we did. So, from 2006, 2010 and 14, and all the various tournaments, that was me. In addition to also focusing and learning about politics. But then at a point, I just lost interest. And I lost interest largely because the foundation of our football is not being fixed. Let's ask ourselves, what's the name? Kurt. We should really be honest with ourselves. What has been his performance as a GFA boss? What has he really done to transform our football? Because the last few World Cups that we went to, the reason why we performed so well, when you had the Asians, the Sule Muntari, Stephen Appiah combination in the middle, at a point it was compared to Italy. If you remember, Ghana's midfield, the trio, was compared, the only team in the world that could compete with Ghana's midfield was Italy. Then came, Anthony Annan and the rest. Respectfully, this young little guy who is kind of pegged for a big Serbian guy to literally fall. That was the talent. We played our football through the middle. And then all of a sudden, Ghana goes to a game and we can't even string a few passes in the middle. When was the last time you saw Ghana creating chances from the middle? Now all we do is the flanks. We just get a few fast right back and left back and they run. That's all we do. I don't recall the last time. If you go to 2020, 2006, 2010 and watch our goals.
It's like the Matra and Makwe game.
Yeah. Watch our goals. They all mostly came from the middle. That was the Ghana from 2006 that we all knew. Then the day Ayu and Agyeman-Rawlings won the World Cup. The Abeku Kwanzaa, the Opare, and all of these guys. So you ask yourself, then all of a sudden Ghana Black Stars has become Frefre Kobo. We find a few, and no disrespect to those abroad, etc. But the point is, we find a few good players abroad. Not that they are not good, but the cohesion, the harmony built over years is not there.
Chemistry.
No, none.
The only coach, Ghanaian coach,
Celestete,
consistently
yes,
had an identity and a style of play that you could see that we were moving.
Yeah.
Was not just Celestete, it's Samade.
Okay.
Yeah, the multi-system.
Was Samade. He had a structured approach to the game. So for someone like me, I grew up in Koligono. I used to go and watch Ken Harrison play at the Indafa Park when I was a little boy.
Yeah, in Indafa Park.
So sometimes they'll say we are not football people, but we have been involved in football for decades.
Time. Yeah.
Indafa Park.
Through secondary school. Even in my old days, I used to go to Audu Saka's Park to go and play with his boys. Our football started, became several years ago when we lost the juvenile football.
Yes.
Juvenile football and inter-school football was the feeder to our teams. There used to be a time when Hearts had a team called Auroras and Olympics had a team called Stanfast. And these were the feeders to the Premier League teams.
I think at a point they had to dissolve the entire Accra House of Folk.
That is Nyahotama close time. Yes. They call them the musical youth.
Yes, and
where Shamokwe and then all those people
and look at who they became.
Now, where is our strength? Our strength is similar to Brazil. Flair.
And natural talents.
And natural strength, brute strength.
Yeah.
See, the problem with us is technically we are not good. We are not good like the Japanese or the Germans.
They create.
But we have flair. So what you need is someone who is able to take the flair, organize it.
Model.
At national team level, you are not going to teach people how to break the ball and how to pass the ball.
No.
You must identify the system you are going to play.
All right.
But that is something we didn't get for. Otto Addo should not have been a coach in the first place. And the blame should not be Otto Addo being there.
It's Kurt.
It is Kurt and Nefe. Listen, football in Ghana has declined. Nobody goes to the stadium anymore. In the past, 12 o'clock, stadium is full. Gates are closed. Now they open free gate for international matches and nobody is going.
No, but what killed that excitement from our people?
It is football administration. The people who call themselves football people.
Is the problem.
Our time is up. My guests have been Godwin Eduji Temeklo, Chief Executive Officer of the MPA. Kobna Tabedu is Management Consultant. Kofi Tonto is National Communications Member of the NPP. Dr. John Osai Kwapong is Director, Quality Assurance and Institutional Effectiveness at Ashesi University. You've known him with the CDD as well. Engineer Kenneth Ashigbe, Convener Media Coalition Against Illegal Mining, joined us. Tahiru Fentio also joined us. Lead Editor Joy Sport, and Ernest Thompson, former member GFA and member National Sports Fund. Join me on my favorite show tomorrow at 2 p.m. And what am I talking about? We're doing a law review. So you know that when laws are passed afresh, we take time and do a review of it on the law show. We'll do a law review tomorrow, and I'm bringing you some fresh guests. This time, they are non-lawyers, but you'll be surprised the things we'll talk about. Abdallah Inusaf Husseini is internal auditor. Kobna Atabedu is joining us there tomorrow as well. And then we have a second segment of it. We'll have Nina Saki, who is Assistant Registrar, managing the Ghana School of Law Legal Department. And we'll also have Sheila Menka Premo, Executive Chair of the Law of LAWA. Join us as well. That second segment will be talking about the trailblazers, women lawyers in national development. I'm Samson Ladia Yenini. Have a good afternoon.